At that time, Tianheng and the other half-kings were all dumbfounded. Just now, they were mocking Shuizhan. They said that he just put on a show. But now, they felt terrified. I've been fighting with a clone for a few days? How strong would his original body be? But now, the problem was that if the one here was only a clone, where was Shuizhan's original body? Immediately, although Tianheng was shocked, he thought to himself, since this clone held on for several days, it means that the original body must be busy and can't come back. Tianheng knew that many people had gone to the forbidden places. He guessed that Shuizhan's original body might have sneaked in a forbidden place, so he couldn't come out yet. At that moment, Tianheng made up his mind and shouted, "Chou Hentian, the arrow is already on the bow. We have no choice but to fight. Let's quickly take down Ice Snow Chuling while Shuizhan's original body is not here." Chou Hentian's eyes flickered. He had offended Ice Snow Chuling. Even if he escaped now, the Ice Snow world would still have a grudge against him in the future. When they met, it would be a fight to the death. He might as well go all out this time. Could Ice Snow Chuling resist so many half-kings alone? Okay. Chou Hentian responded and went all out. Among the 5 corpses, the hunter hid and the armorist stirred the void. Tianheng shouted, "Quick, kill Ice Snow Chuling first." Buzz. Ice Snow Chuling had just broken through to the half-king realm. Although her combat power was extraordinary, she couldn't resist so many people alone. Once Han Fei's clone was destroyed, she would have no chance of escaping. She thought to herself, anyway, I only had a few hundred years to live, and I was just lucky to meet Han Fei, so my illness was cured. Now, I definitely won't let Chou Hentian get my body and refine it into a corpse puppet. She was ready to blow herself up at any time. Even if she died, she must take a few people with her. Puff. Just as she was about to go all out and fight the last battle, the void suddenly shook. 2 figures descended from the void. One of them was Chou Hentian's hunter corpse puppet. It had been cut into 17 or 18 pieces. Another figure, dressed in white and wearing a tall hat, stood in the void. With a pale face, holding 2 daggers in her hands. What? Chou Hentian was shocked. Where did this hunter come from? On the other side, Tianheng sensed something. He fused with lava tortoise, and a shield appeared on his body. Beside him, a half-king was cut into 2 by a void crack that suddenly appeared. Hiss. Tianheng quickly retreated. At this moment, a voice sounded leisurely, "Evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanence takes lives." In the Death Valley of the land of King Death, the black and white impermanence appeared. Money will pave the way and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot and no credit is allowed. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared in front of Ice Snow Chuling's big ship. Han Fei said, "I'm Fan Datong, the Black Ghost. I can kill them and you just need to pay me 1 spiritual stone. Pay up." Ice Snow Chuling. Tianheng. Chou Hentian. When Ice Snow Chuling heard the name Fan Datong, she was greatly relieved. She didn't know how Han Fei became so fat. Wasn't Han Fei very handsome? However, since Han Fei had arrived, she was safe. But Tianheng and the others were in danger. Tianheng immediately shouted, "Are you Shuizhan?" Han Fei looked back in shock. "How did you find out?" Tianheng was speechless. "Do you think we're fools? A mere ultra-quality spiritual stone can buy the lives of all of us?" Or are you insulting us? Han Fei immediately smiled. Since you've seen through my identity, I can't let you go. Die. Han Fei's strength had reached the peak. The two half-kings approached him, intending to kill him. However, to their surprise, Tianheng retreated and tried to escape. Buzz. However, Han Fei had already arrived. How could Tianheng run away? A shadow appeared out of thin air and blocked Tianheng. Tianheng was shocked. It's really you. Impossible. This is the power of a king's projection. How can a mere half-king have such strength? However, when Tianheng saw Han Fei blow up two half-kings with 2 punches, he was stunned and swallowed subconsciously. He was horrified. You are a king? Han Fei held his spear and knocked on the heaven gate. He chuckled. Congratulations, you guessed wrong. Clang. It had to be said that someone who could become a candidate for the king still had some strength. Tianheng's defense was so strong that Han Fei couldn't break it. Of course, even if it wasn't broken, it didn't mean that Tianheng was fine. Stabbed by Han Fei, he bled. Tianheng shouted, Brother Shuizhan, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's call it quits. The grudge between our Golden Crow world and the Snow Gods temple is settled. You don't want to make things awkward, do you? However, Han Fei attacked again with the embroidery needle. Clang. Crack. On the second strike, Tianheng's turtle shield was full of cracks. Han Fei smiled. It's none of my business. I'm not from the Snow Gods temple. Tianheng? Bang. After knocking on the heaven gate 3 times, Han Fei finally broke Tianheng's shield, and the consequences could be imagined. In Tianheng's horror, Han Fei knocked him down with his spear. Han Fei was about to control his soul with the void lines. After all, Tianheng had a lot of soul power. However, to Han Fei's surprise, when he pressed the void lines on Tianheng, he saw a trace of determination and cruelty in Tianheng's eyes. Han Fei immediately withdrew the void lines, and then Tianheng exploded into a dazzling and blazing ball of light. The temperature of this ball of light was so high that it burned Han Fei's flesh into ashes in an instant. Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan was shocked and wanted to save him. However, the explosion was too violent. Master Hexagon activated the 6th gate array and blocked Xia Xiaochan. Ice Snow Chuling did not dare to be negligent. With a flash between her eyebrows, the icy locust formed an extremely cold ice shield in front of her. Even so, after the scorching energy, most of the ice shield collapsed. The battle suit on Ice Snow Chuling was incinerated. And this was the best time for Chou Hentian to escape. However, the scorching fire energy engulfed everything within 1,000 kilometers. Chou Hentian's armorist puppet blocked the attack with his giant shield. Of course, he did not have the 6th gate array or the icy leech, so he was injured immediately. His entire back was almost burned into nothingness, and his soul was severely injured. However, because Chou Hentian was the furthest away from Han Fei, he managed to run away after sacrificing his armorist puppet. At this moment, Chou Hentian was horrified. Shuizhan, the holy child, Han Fei, and the Avenger were the same person? Even the Snow Lady couldn't explain it. That would completely arouse the hostility and attack of Golden Crow, the supreme clearness and infinity against the Snow God's temple. As long as he could get out, the Snow God's temple would be finished. He could even use this to blackmail them. At that time, even if he wanted a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, the Snow Lady would have to give it to him. However, just as Cho Hentian thought that he had run out, he saw a figure standing in front of him. "Where are you going?" "Hiss, you're not dead?" Cho Hentian was horrified. "What the F***ck is this?" "That's the sky-burning technique of the Golden Crow. It can only be used once when the user dies. It's impossible to resist it in the same realm. How can this person still use a projection? Is he really a king?" When the explosion was over, Ice Snow Chuling and Xia Xiaochan saw a golden skeleton standing in the air. The golden skeleton was glowing and smooth, and its bones were as smooth as mirrors. The hexagon starfish's eyes almost popped out. If this was an inanimate skeleton, it would definitely keep it in its 6 doors. Its golden bones were too gorgeous. Xia Xiaochan scolded, "B*****, can you not do such dangerous things next time?" Han Fei sweated. Okay. Buzz. At that time, when the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique descended, under the envelopment of the Holy Light Pillar, a dense fog flowed back from thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei's flesh and blood were recovering at a visible speed. In just over a dozen seconds, Han Fei had basically recovered. He put on a battle suit and his facial features appeared. After 3 to 5 seconds more, he returned to normal. At this moment, Cho Hentian was still trying to quickly defeat Han Fei's projection. However, he knew that it was futile. This clone could stop Tian Hang and the others for 2 days, and he had killed 2 of Cho Hentian's 5 half-king puppets, but they still couldn't trap Han Fei's clone. However, Cho Hentian did not beg for mercy because he knew that he had heard something he should not have heard. There was no room for negotiation. Immediately, Cho Hentian controlled his 2 puppets to retreat, and the spirit gatherer self-destructed. He thought to himself, "I can't blow up your original body. Can't I even stop your clone for a moment?" However, at the next moment, something that made him despair happened. Just as he was about to run, he saw another projection clone appear behind him. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan and Ice Snow Chuling had already solved their enemies. Han Fei didn't need to do anything at all. The giant arowana roared and suppressed Cho Hentian. Before Ice Snow Chuling could make a move, Xia Xiaochan's gorgeous explosive attack quickly killed Cho Hentian. Even though he took out several peak-level venerable puppets, none of them could keep up with Xia Xiaochan. When Xia Xiaochan came back with a sun-moon shell, there were still 7 or 8 masterless puppets at the peak of the venerable realm. Han Fei flicked his fishing hook. They should be worth some money. I'll sell them in Martial Emperor City later. The moment Han Fei appeared, Ice Snow Chuling knew that she was saved. Otherwise, if she had to deal with so many strong cultivators alone, even if she tried her best, she would only be able to kill 1 or 2. However, what shocked Ice Snow Chuling was, who is this woman? Now that Han Fei had changed his appearance into a fatty, the woman probably didn't show her true appearance either. Besides, the rhythm of the battle just now was too fast for her to react. Ice Snow Chuling was only suspicious. Was the woman using the 6-gate heaven defying array just now? The existence of the hexagon starfish was exposed when Xia Xiaochan was in the mermaid pirates. There was only 1 hexagon starfish in the entire raging sea. Ice Snow Chuling had to suspect that this woman was not a human but a mermaid. Of course, with Han Fei's relationship with the Snow God's temple, Ice Snow Chuling certainly wouldn't mention it. Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for saving me, immortal master." At this moment, Xia Xiaochan looked at Ice Snow Chuling curiously. Although she was standing beside Han Fei obediently, her fingers had already pinched the flesh on Han Fei's waist. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly, but he said calmly, "I made an agreement with the Snow Lady. You don't have to take it to heart. I was trapped in the Soul Burial Valley these days, so I am a little late." "Did anything happen in the outside world? Soul Burial Valley?" Seeing that Han Fei kept a distance from her, Ice Snow Chuling gasped at it. Must be because of this girl. Therefore, she replied in a dignified manner. "Has the Soul Burial Valley been explored?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Ice Snow Chuling said, "If the Soul Burial Valley has been explored, then only one of the 3 forbidden places, the Undersea Palace, has not been explored. In the 10 days you were away, another forbidden place, the Demon Plant Cave, has also been explored, and many half-king masters have died there. It is said that a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and an ancient seed have been found there, and hundreds of monarch palace keys had been found there. Among the 5-star dangerous places, 3 have collapsed, namely the City of the Dead, the Sound Tide Cave, and the Sea of Sand. As for the rest, I'm not sure. Does your clone remember what happened these days?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. In the past 10 days, Ice Snow Chuling and his clone had explored 2 5-star danger zones. And when they came out of the second, they met Tianheng and the others and were chased and fought until now. She couldn't be blamed. She was the holy lady, but the others weren't weak. His original body was not here, and with the help of only a half-king clone, she might not be able to defeat those people. If in the few days that he wasn't around, Ice Snow Chuling had encountered the people from the soul-sealing world, she would definitely be dead by now. But now, Han Fei certainly wouldn't stay here for Ice Snow Chuling." Han Fei opened the map and secretly turned the vast ocean navigator. A moment later, another half-king projection of Han Fei descended and landed on the ship of Ice Snow Chuling. "Chu Yang and Qin Yu are in the undersea fire cave. Together with my clone, the 4 of you are enough to intimidate the enemy." Then, Han Fei took out a jade slip, drew for a long time, and branded a teleportation array. Han Fei threw the jade slip to his projection and said, "If you encounter any inevitable danger, buy me 5 seconds. I can make it in time. If I'm in a secret realm, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to reach it. By the way, I prepared the keys that the Snow God's temple needs. It's safer to keep them on me for the time being. When I leave, I'll find you and give you these keys." Ice Snow Chuling secretly sighed. Han Fei had done enough to ensure her security. In terms of the deal, Han Fei had already done what he should do. He had cured her illness and helped the Snow God's temple get what they needed. He had also established a friendly relationship with the Snow God's temple. This was enough. Now that Han Fei had his own plans, she couldn't ask him to stay. Ice Snow Chuling immediately bowed and said, "Immortal Master, please help yourself. Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm not afraid of anyone if I team with Chu Yang and Qin Yu." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll go first." A moment later, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan lay comfortably on the sea. Xia Xiaochan narrowed her eyes. "Who is that beautiful girl?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Well, she is the holy lady of the Snow God's temple. I made an agreement with their palace master, the Snow Lady. She helped me participate in the trial in the land of King Death, and I helped her look after the heavenly talents of the snow god's temple. I owe her 20 monarch palace keys. Otherwise, I couldn't have come to the land of King Death alone. Humph, you'd better be honest. Sigh, did you know in advance that I was going to participate in the trial in the land of King Death? After a pause, Xiao Shaochan immediately realized something. Well, you're going to the glazed glass world, right? Han Fei shrugged and thought to himself, you've already guessed it. Why are you still asking? Xiao Shaochan thought for a moment and said, it's said that there are more women than men in the glazed glass world, and the ratio of men to women is about 1 to 10. Are you going to pretend to be a woman to go there? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Where did you hear that? Is it accurate? Xiao Shaochan said, I'm very concerned about the raging sea now. I've read almost all the historical records. Do you think it's inaccurate? When Han Fei was about to speak, Xiao Shaochan stomped on the deck and said, with her hands on her hips, so, in the glazed glass world, you'll be my little follower. That way, no one will doubt you. Come on, let's practice. First. Hi hey. A strange smile appeared on Han Fei's face. You want me to be your little follower? Ah. Slap. Master Hexagon was immediately thrown out. His big eyes rolled as he muttered. Humans. Why are they always immersed in such low-level desires? We starfish are different. We pursue. You pursue laziness. Before the hexagon starfish finished speaking, the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared, and Master Hexagon was put in. At this point, no one disturbed Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan anymore. Half a day later, Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan were cooking a huge piece of fish. This was a king's flesh that Xiao Shaochan had carefully prepared. There was as much as a small mountain of king's flesh in one of the hexagon starfishes. Gates. This kind of flesh and blood was very useful for Han Fei's current cultivation. However, at this moment, Han Fei was not here to cultivate, but to introduce Xiao Shaochan to his men. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Xiao Sei, Nianer, Tree Spirit, Master Hexagon, and the old turtle who had been cultivating in Forge the universe all came out. As soon as this group of people came out, Xiao Shaochan was stunned. Wait, how many people are there in your portable world? Han Fei said, they're all here. Tree Spirit and the others were terrified because they felt that the meat in the pot in front of Han Fei had a suppressing effect on them. The old turtle said leisurely, this king's flesh is very beneficial to me. Xiao Sei was shocked. King's flesh? Niano looked at Xiao Shaochan curiously. Brother, who is this beautiful sister? Han Fei grinned. Nianer, this is your sister-in-law. You can call her sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Brother, what does sister-in-law mean? Han Fei, it means my wife. Xiao Shaochan spat. Han Fei told her about little time, so she wasn't surprised. But he didn't tell her about Xiao Sei and the others. Han Fei introduced to Xiao Shaochan, Xiao Sei, Nianer's bodyguard. Xiao Sei didn't know Xiao Shaochan's identity, but he knew her relationship with Han Fei, so he bowed slightly. Han Fei pointed at Tree Spirit and the others. Tree Spirit, Earth 9, Fire. Seed, Water Luster, Punishing Saber, they are all legend creatures. Greetings, mistress. Xiao Shaochan blushed. Since they had already called her that, she certainly should give them some gifts. Immediately, Xiao Shaochan pulled the hexagon starfish over and said, "Big starfish, pay up." The hexagon starfish's eyes almost shrank. Then Xiao Shaochan gave Tree Spirit and the others a breakthrough pill each. Xiao Shaochan gave Nianer an ancient jade that could block a king-level strike. When Xiao Shaochan looked at the old turtle, Han Fei said, "Old Yuan is my old servant, but I don't regard him as my old servant. Old Yuan is very strong and can become a king." Huh? Everyone immediately looked at Old Yuan. At this moment, Old Yuan was still an advanced venerable. Cultivating in Han Fei's Forge the Universe, he made rapid progress. Besides, the resources he needed were just the ultra-quality spiritual stones that Han Fei had accumulated. Han Fei couldn't use them himself, nor could the old turtle, but they could help him grow quickly. After such a long time, according to Old Yuan, he would be able to reach the peak of an advanced venerable in about half a year. Of course, half a year outside was 15 or 16 years in Forge the Universe. After all, Old Yuan wasn't as talented as Han Fei, and his strength had grown rapidly. In his words, turtles didn't cultivate that fast. Huff. Han Fei only asked them to come out to eat the king's flesh. However, before they could eat, little time seemed to be drunk as energy surged in her body. Xiao Sei's face changed. "Oh no, little master is about to transcend the tribulation." Han Fei's face changed slightly. With a flip of his hand, he took out hundreds of fish skin maps. Han Fei said, "Nianer, do you remember what I told you before? If you can't resist the heavenly tribulation, block it with a raise. Also, put on your battle suit and take the thunder-trapping whip." Han Fei didn't expect that Nianer was about to transcend the tribulation. After she just smelled the king's flesh. Han Fei underestimated the power of the king's flesh and blood. The auras of Earth 9 and Water Luster were also surging. It seemed that they would make a breakthrough soon. Han Fei immediately said, "Stay away first. What if you are all to transcend the heavenly tribulation at the same time?" Hearing this, Earth 9, Water Luster, and the others wanted to retreat. At the same time, they sealed their perception and tried their best not to come into contact with the king's aura. As for the tree spirit, punishing saber, and fire seed, they were special creatures and were not affected by this smell, so they were fine. However, Han Fei estimated that since the king's blood could make water luster and Earth 9 react, the punishing saber and the others might be able to make a breakthrough if they applied king's blood on their body. Of course, they had to wait and let Nianer transcend the tribulation first. Nianer was not stupid. She had long known that she was going to transcend the tribulation. When she was still in the Wind Snow Dao Academy, she already had a premonition. However, she didn't want to transcend the tribulation, so she didn't transcend the tribulation. Now, the opportunity had arrived. With a buzz, Nianer transformed into a time dragon carp and rushed out of the ship. In the sky, wind and clouds gathered, and lightning snakes surged. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. Han Fei scanned the surroundings with his perception. Although he didn't know if anyone could recognize the time dragon carp, no one was allowed to watch Nianer's tribulation except them. When the tribulation cloud spread for more than 800 kilometers, the first lightning tribulation finally arrived. Boom! Han Fei saw a trace of purple residual power on the first lightning. Han Fei's face changed slightly. He couldn't help but look at the old turtle. Old Yuan, the first lightning appeared purple. The level of Nyenner's lightning tribulation is higher than mine? The old turtle said, of course, hers is much stronger than yours, and even stronger than mine. This means that not only is her accumulation strong enough, but her bloodline level is also very high. According to this situation, the third heavenly tribulation will become a complete purple lightning, and the fourth lightning is almost inevitable. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Will there be a fifth or sixth heavenly tribulation? The old turtle said, not all creatures are like the emperor sparrow. Although the time dragon carp is terrifying, what's terrifying about them is their talent. Their talent is to control time, but it can't be said that their bloodline level is comparable to that of primeval beasts and ancient divine beasts. In my opinion, its life level must be at least a level higher, or even 2 levels, to be able to withstand the 6 minor heavenly tribulations. Boom! When a bolt of lightning fell, to Han Fei's surprise, little time didn't use the power of time. It opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning as domineering as the emperor sparrow. Xiaosei said, Little Master has swallowed energy for tens of thousands of years, so its body naturally can't withstand it. However, it can swallow the energy and hide it in its time fragments so that it can slowly digest it. The first lightning is not very powerful for Little Master. It can completely withstand it with time delay, so it can directly swallow it. Hidden in time fragments? Han Fei thought to himself, after little time passes this tribulation, I should ask her about the more wonderful uses of the great Tao of time. Xia Xiaochan said in surprise, Nyenner's first bolt of lightning was purple. Perhaps the fourth bolt of dark purple lightning can only be blocked when the array is fully activated? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how do you know that the fourth one is dark purple? Xia Xiaochan said, because mine was. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Did Xia Xiaochan mean that her bloodline level was almost the same as that of the time dragon carp? According to the hint given by the demon purification pot, he couldn't devour the bloodline of the time dragon carp yet. This meant that the power of Little Time's bloodline was at least 1,000,000 times higher than his own. Han Fei even thought that Xia Xiaochan's bloodline was among the top 1,000,000 in the raging sea, or even higher. But when he was transcending the heavenly tribulation, due to the limitation of his bloodline, it wasn't until the fourth bolt of lightning that it turned purple. And this was probably because the demon purification pot swallowed the power of the old turtle's great Tao. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation almost killed him. Now that he thought about it, he was still scared. Boom! The second bolt of lightning struck, and the lightning was half purple. A blue halo erupted from Yenner's body, and she completely withstood the power of the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei looked at Xiaosei, who said, Little Master didn't cultivate for tens of thousands of years, because she wanted to survive all the heavenly tribulations, using the time of the past to consume the power of the heavenly tribulations. Because the first one wasn't strong, Little Master could bear it alone. However, from the second one, Little Master had to use the time technique. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other. In fact, even the old turtle was dumbfounded. Little Time could actually use the time of the past to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation? Since Xiaosei had already said this, no matter how powerful the next 2 heavenly tribulations were, they would probably not be able to shake Nyenner at all. As expected, a moment later, the third purple heavenly tribulation completely dissolved into the great Tao of time around Nyenner. At this moment, Nyenner's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The born advantage in race allowed Nyenner to display her powerful strength. The fourth heavenly tribulation turned dark purple and enveloped Nyenner. Nyenner didn't open the hundreds of arrays Han Fei gave her. Xiao Xiaochan said in surprise, the time dragon carp race is really terrifying. I remember that when I transcended the tribulation, I passed it in the holy land of the mermaid royal family. I used 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasures to transcend the tribulation safely. Han Fei thought to himself, so what? When I was transcending the tribulation, I was crushed into a meatball and didn't even know where I was. The heavenly tribulation had yet to subside. Nyenner transformed from the little girl from before into a teenage girl. She looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Her height was nearly 5 feet. Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help being surprised. Can breakthroughs make you grow up? Before Han Fei answered, Xiaosei said, in theory, little master has lived for tens of thousands of years, but her strength and growth have been suppressed. Now that she has appeared in the outside world openly, her growth speed is astonishing. When little master breaks through to the venerable realm, she will grow up a little more. Han Fei was speechless. I suspect that she can become a venerable today. What Han Fei said made sense. Previously, Nyenner had soared to the law enforcer realm in one go. It was the most exaggerated breakthrough Han Fei had ever seen, which shocked him. For example, although Nyenner had successfully transcended the tribulation, she did not return to the ship immediately. Instead, she stood on the sea. The surrounding spiritual energy storm began to spin, and all the resources on Nyenner were released at the same time. Of course, some of them were Nyenner's own accumulation, and some were Han Fei's pocket money. 100 seconds later, when Han Fei felt that more than half of the spiritual energy and resources had been consumed, he waved his hand helplessly. And 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones flew towards Nyenner. Han Fei didn't know how Nyenner could withstand such a huge and continuous spiritual energy baptism. On the ship, everyone except Xiaosei was shocked. 2 hours later, when Nyenner successfully stabilized her strength as an explorer, a new round of breakthrough began. Han Fei immediately said, "Come on, the hot pot is boiling. Have some water. Luster, Earth 9, have some soup." Then, Han Fei took out a piece of bloody king's flesh and wiped it on punishing saber, squeezing 2 drops for tree spirit and fire seed. Han Fei thought to himself, I wonder how long it will take for Nyenner to make a breakthrough. You should make your own breakthroughs. At this time, Han Fei frowned, and the old turtle reminded him, some 100 demons and undersea humans are coming, all peak-level venerables. Han Fei said, it seems that the phenomenon here attracted them. However, since they're here, let's rob them. Crunch. Han Fei picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. With a thought, a half-king projection appeared. Han Fei said, ignore them and continue to eat. It's meaningless to rob peak-level venerables. Even if they have a few monarch palace keys and some resources, they can't compare to half-kings. Just drive them away. As the saying went, cast a long line to catch a big fish. Han Fei had long understood this truth. Below the king realm were all ants. He wasn't even interested in robbing them. 100,000 kilometers away, 3 undersea humans and 400 demons rushed over. One of them said, those who made a breakthrough here must be a peak level venerable. I guess he made a breakthrough here because he encountered an Irresistible force, probably because he got a treasure. Remember, test his strength first. If he is weak, kill him immediately. Buzz. Just as these people were excited, thinking that they were going to make a fortune, suddenly, on their way, a person stood in the void with a rod. Swish. The spear broke the void for thousands of kilometers, and before one of the peak-level venerables could react, his body exploded, leaving only scraps. Retreat. Retreat quickly. He's a human half-king. Don't fight him. Han Fei had gained a lot from this trip to the land of King Death. Not to mention that he had obtained enough keys to the monarch palace. The hunting of a large group of half-king from the soul-sealing world had greatly increased Han Fei's soul power. Of course, his biggest gain was finding Xia Xiaochan. Therefore, although Han Fei didn't care about these peak-level venerables, he didn't know how long it would take for Nyener to make a breakthrough. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well do some hunting. If Nyener broke through to the peak-level explorer, Han Fei estimated that the remaining 20 days might not be enough for her to make a breakthrough. Of course, that was Han Fei's idea. The big demons of the 100 Demons clan certainly thought differently. The leader said, "It's a heavenly talent of the human race. This person is undoubtedly a half-king. Logically speaking, he's not afraid of us at all. However, this person only threatened us and didn't fight us. Obviously, he can't spare time. I guess that someone is breaking through to the half-king realm in that sea area." The undersea human smiled. To be able to make a peak-level venerable break through to the half-king realm, it means that they have encountered a great opportunity. Maybe they also have the keys to the monarch palace. Hurry up and find some half-kings. Let's destroy their plan and rob them before they finish their breakthrough. Half a day later. After Nyener, punishing Saber, and the others even drank a few mouthfuls of the soup. At this moment, they were all sitting on the sea and making breakthroughs. Han Fei waited for half a day, and even used his free time to make a pair of sun chairs, a small coffee table, and 2 drinks, lying down and waiting for his prey. Xiaosei stood at the bow and looked at Nyener. As for the old turtle, after he ate the king's flesh, Han Fei told him to go back to forge the universe and continue his cultivation. The old turtle was his trump card. Anyway, turtles did not have a strong concept of time, but they needed time to mature. The old turtle had been working very hard. Ever since he became a venerable, he had grown very fast. In Han Fei's Forge the Universe, it would be strange if he couldn't grow up after so many years. After all, he was once an emperor. Slurp ah. Han Fei took a sip of his drink and chatted with Xia Xiaochan. "Girl, are you ready to break through to the half-king realm?" Xia Xiaochan said, "Of course. I know what my problem is. Although I had a lot of combat experience when I was in the royal family of merfolk, I didn't have that kind of life-and-death battle experience, because there were always guards around me. For example, no one would have allowed me to go to a place like the Will Valley before, but now we've already been there, right?" Han Fei frowned. "That's true, but not all breakthroughs have to be made in danger." Huh. Suddenly, Han Fei glanced to the side and said, "Someone is here. There are 15 people." Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. "Let's go." There were 15 people in this group, including 100 demons and undersea humans. In terms of individual strength, these two forces were relatively weaker than the merman race. Therefore, they had always been in an alliance. At this moment, the leader of this group was a powerhouse of the undersea human race who looked very much like a human. Beside this person, there were 3 half-kings. Among them, 2 were from the 100 demon race, one was a shark human, and the other was a shrimp soldier. At this moment, the shark said, "Master Xinyu, I didn't expect that such a small matter could trouble you. Didn't you say that all the strong masters have gone to the forbidden places? Master Shen, how can you have the time to participate in such a small matter?" Xinyu snorted and said, "The second forbidden place has been explored, and the major forces have suffered heavy losses. I heard that something seems to have happened in the Soul Burial Valley. It seems that the battle there must be extremely intense. At this time, no one dares to act rashly. At this time, if someone makes a breakthrough, won't it be telling others that he has obtained a great opportunity? Therefore, I have to come this time." Xinyu's words meant that he wanted to swallow this harvest, and the others were just bystanders. This blatant oath showed how greedy this person was. The other half-kings were all silent. The 2 half-kings of the 100 Demons clan only hated that they didn't have enough half-kings. Where did their half-kings go? Why couldn't they find them? Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen to Xinyu? 50,000 kilometers away from where Nyener broke through, Xinyu and the others saw a big black ship sailing on the sea. "Master Xinyu, there's a ship," someone said, but Xinyu patted the void and sent the man flying 100 meters away. Then, he snorted. "Why are you so nosy? Can't I see it? However, this is the land of King Death. How can a ship that sails here be simple?" The truth was as Xinyu had expected. On the big black ship, 2 people, one black and one white, stepped into the air. The man said in a gloomy voice, "Evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanents take lives. In the Death Valley of the land of King Death, the black and white impermanents appeared. Money will pave the way and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot and no credit is allowed." Xinyu's eyes turned cold. "Who the F***ck are you? 2 peak-level venerables. Dare to rob us? Are you crazy?" Xinyu scanned his surroundings with his perception. After confirming that there was no one here and that there was no array, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xinyu thought to himself, even if these 2 are not ordinary peak-level venerables, and their true combat power has reached the half-king realm, they are only close to the half-king realm. These 2 people were so arrogant and dared to rob others. Perhaps they had the power bestowed by kings to protect themselves. If that was the case, it would be a little difficult to deal with. But it would be a fool's dream for them to rob him. Of course, with a cautious attitude, Xinyu looked around. "The 4 of you. Go up and meet these 2 people." Xin, you didn't believe it. How could there be someone who wasn't afraid of death at all in the land of King Death? Those who could come here were either here to become a half-king or to explore the monarch palace. The 2 people in front of him must have a backup plan. Therefore, he would use a few people to test them out first. If there was a problem, it wouldn't be too late to retreat. He couldn't be intimidated by the 2 of them, right? Then how could he, a heavenly talent of the underwater human race, keep his face? The 100 Demons clan and the Undersea Human clan each sent 2 peak-level venerables. In everyone's opinion, the 4 of them were already enough to kill Hanfei and Xiao Shaochan. However, Xiao Shaochan disappeared into the void. Hanfei smiled. "Isn't what I said clear enough? Hurry up and pay up. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Xinyu said, Are you crazy? Let's see if you can. Buzz. However, as soon as Xinyu finished speaking, Han Fei crossed the void in one step. With a wave of his hand, waves surged within 1,000 kilometers of the sea. Water pillars filled the sky like knives, forming a waterfall. Xinyu was puzzled. These two people's actions were really strange. It seemed that his moves were quite scary. However, could this rainfall hurt people? But if this rainfall was useless, what was the purpose of this person creating this rainfall? Puff. 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 Just as everyone was about to watch the show, they saw that the 4 peak level venerables who attacked suddenly burst into blood and their bodies were broken before they could even see who attacked them. F***ck. Shen Yu was shocked. Why were they killed without any warning? When Shen Yu's soul focused, he said in surprise, Pay attention to that woman. She can turn into a shadow and kill shadows. After he shouted this, when the raindrops fell, Shen Yu was suddenly stunned. And immediately shouted, Everyone, activate the spiritual energy protective cover. Tap, tap, tap. No one doubted him. Shen, you must have a reason for saying that. When the heavy rain fell, Shen Yu thought to himself, even if there's something wrong with the rain, it can be isolated. At this point, he stepped out of the void and held a blue saber in his hand. He slashed at the shadow on the sea while preparing to fish the 4 people back. However, just as Shen Yu took a step forward, he heard continuous explosions. The explosions were deafening and caused the sea to tremble. Oh no, this is bad. There's indeed something wrong with the rain. Shen Yu wanted to command the retreat, but on second thought, retreat? The other party must have come prepared. It was too late to retreat. Ew. 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 Most peak-level venerables could not withstand the explosion of the infinity water if they only had a spiritual energy protective cover. Therefore, except for Shen Yu and the other 3 half-kings, all the peak-level venerables had their spiritual energy protective cover shattered. However, as soon as the spiritual energy protective cover shattered, a stench that shook the soul assaulted their faces. Even after holding their breath, it was still the same. Under such circumstances, everyone's first reaction was naturally that they were poisoned. Who would really think that a stench could injure the soul? Under such circumstances, what else could they do but escape? With a whoosh, Shen Yu tried to cut open the void and escape. But the next scene scared him out of his wits. The void was sealed? Why couldn't he cut open the void? The other half-kings did the same. Shen Yu noticed that the man in black had also disappeared. In the void, a voice echoed, I've said it before. We're robbing you and you have to pay up, but you didn't listen. Now, you're forcing me to kill you, you stupid sea demons. The moment these people were poisoned, Han Fei had already attacked. These people were from the 100 Demons clan and the Undersea Human clan. Even if they died, it didn't matter to Xia Xiaochan, let alone Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei started a massacre. Killing a peak-level venerable with the strength of a king was as easy as chopping vegetables. They were on completely different levels. However, Han Fei's void lines were limited. If he killed the enemies too quickly, he couldn't steal their vitality and soul power one by one. If he waited for them to die for a long time before absorbing them, the effect would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Xia Xiaochan only killed 4 people. Han Fei killed 4 peak level venerables of the 100 demons race on the spot and then pounced on a half-king. Of course, this half-king was not easy to deal with. The half-kings who could lead a team were all heavenly talents of the major forces. No matter how weak they were, they had some trump cards. Just like Tianheng, so what if he only knew how to defend? Even if he only knew how to defend, he would still be able to unleash shocking might in the end. Han Fei decided to kill the sea demons first before killing the undersea humans. After all, he could directly absorb the chaotic qi in the bodies of the 100 demons. Here, there were 2 half-kings and 8 peak-level venerables. Xiao Shaochan killed 2, Han Fei controlled 4, and there were still 2 half-kings and 2 peak-level venerables. This group of people should be absorbed first. Shen Yu thought that Han Fei had neglected him. Perhaps he thought that he might be difficult to deal with, so Han Fei didn't attack him immediately. But Shen Yu felt that he couldn't sit still and wait for death. With a roar, Shen Yu threw out a shell. The shell glowed brightly, and the shadow of an expert appeared. Shen Yu shouted crazily, "Patriarch, cut the void." The so-called king-level strike was actually an attack or multiple attacks, launched by a wisp of a king's consciousness and soul. Of course, the more he attacked, the more consciousness and soul he needed to consume. After all, the number of kings was limited. There were countless heavenly talents below the king level. If they were given a king-level strike each, how could the kings handle it? Since it was a wisp of consciousness, it could judge when it was released. Therefore, when Shen Yu shouted, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and wanted to chase after him, only to see that the king-level strike was only used to open the way for him. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yu shattered his seal. Swish! Shen Yu accelerated and rushed into the void crack. Han Fei had no choice but to take the king-level strike head-on. At this moment, he couldn't let anyone escape. Pooh! 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 A moment later, Han Fei stood proudly above the sea. Except for Shen Yu. Everyone was slaughtered. Han Fei was absorbing the chaotic qi and the power of the soul unhurriedly. Looking at the information in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh as information popped up. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 89, Peak Venerable. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2,720,986. Chaotic Qi, 2,161 wisps. Spiritual Power, 290,168. Perception Range, 180,000 kilometers. Strength, 28,936 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 78. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 77. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. Han Fei had never thought that he would make such a big breakthrough after entering the raging sea. When he was in the Yin-Yang world, he thought that he only needed to wait to become a king. But now, his overall strength had increased by nearly 50%, and he was still a peak-level venerable. Who knew how strong he would become when he reached the half-king realm again? Seeing that there were more than 2,000 wisps of chaotic qi, Han Fei was secretly relieved. It seemed that he had to work harder. In the old turtle's words, he would never have enough chaotic qi when he needed to use it. At this moment, Han Fei was still in the explosive period and could continue to grow. When the bottleneck of the peak-level venerable realm was reached, if he made another breakthrough, would his strength soar again? On Han Fei's side, Xiao Shaochan appeared. Use that stinky gas carefully. I didn't even dare to break in and hunt just now. Han Fei grinned and said, these people are not very strong, and they can't provide you with any training. Besides, they came here for Nyenner's tribulation. Now that the tribulation is over, a simple breakthrough won't cause such a big phenomenon, and no one will come here. A moment later, when the two of them returned to the ship, Nyenner was indeed still breaking through. Tree Spirit and the others were also breaking through. This time, Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan didn't lie down, but continued to sunbathe and drink. The two of them sat cross-legged and cultivated. Han Fei entered the forge the universe and continued to refine his body. During this time, Han Fei came out twice, but he only went hunting when the old turtle reminded him that someone was nearby. Unfortunately, of the 2 times, one was a strong merman, and Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan only robbed and didn't kill anyone. The other one was 2 peak level venerables of the undersea human race, so the consequences could be imagined. On the 5th day of Nyenner's breakthrough, she had already passed 4 small realms and reached the intermediate explorer realm. On this day, Han Fei was cultivating when the old turtle suddenly said, that little girl has made a breakthrough. Hearing that, Han Fei perked up and immediately stepped out of forge the universe. Xiao Shaochan and Xiao Sei were already standing at the bow of the boat, and Xiao Shaochan glanced at Han Fei. Nyenner is growing too fast. She's already in intermediate explorer in only 5 days. At this speed, won't she become a half venerable in a month? Brother. Nyenner flew over and shouted at Han Fei, brother, I'm sleepy. Sleepy? The old turtle said, she is no longer a child. Although she broke through dozens of realms in a day, after all, every time she breaks through, her consumption is countless times higher. Her breakthrough is too urgent, so she needs some time to sleep and let her body adjust its cultivation state spontaneously. This is the same as the hibernation of our turtle clan. After hearing the old turtle's explanation, Han Fei immediately looked at Xiao Sei and said, go to the painting to guard Guer. Take her to Tree Spirit and don't let others disturb Nyenner's self-adjustment. Yes, Master Han Fei. It took 5 days for Nyenner to break through, but not so long for Tree Spirit and the others. After 2 days outside, they all broke through and returned to the sea-quelling painting. Only Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan were left on the big ship. Han Fei said, it's been half a month. The number of 5-star dangerous places is limited. I think the places we should explore have been explored. The strong masters from all sides should have gathered. It's time for us to show up. Xiao Shaochan said, then let's go to the last forbidden place, the undersea palace. If I'm not wrong, there should be many strong masters gathering there. We can make one last robbery there. Han Fei sighed slightly in his heart. Indeed, the danger of the forbidden places was relative. In fact, everyone had their own means. Didn't Jichen and 5 Elements Chen Hao find the deepest part of the Whale Valley? At this moment, there was only this last forbidden place left. There must be many people there. Of course, not everyone would go, but as long as a small portion of the strong cultivators went there, it would be enough for him to hunt. The vast ocean navigator pointed the direction, and the Avenger headed towards the undersea palace at full speed. On the ship, Han Fei calculated and found that more than 50 venerables had died under his hands in the past half-month. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. How difficult would it be to become a venerable? This time, the people who came were all peak-level venerables and half-king. This made Han Fei feel a little guilty. Wasn't it said that after mastering the Great Tao, there was a law of mutual absorption of the Great Tao? It felt like he had become the person who cut leaks. Xiao Shaochan noticed the strange expression of Han Fei and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Han Fei shook his head. "Nothing. I just feel that even a venerable can't escape being hunted. It's not easy to survive in this world." Xiao Shaochan said, "It's the same in any realm, even in the sea establishment." Realm. After all, there are only a few strong masters in any place. The stronger they are, the fewer they are. Han Fei looked at Xiao Shaochan in surprise. Wow. What a thorough understanding. Xiao Shaochan rolled her eyes at Han Fei. What? I knew it when I was a kid. Half a day later, Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan finally came to the sea near the undersea palace. As soon as they arrived, they happened to meet a small team of 4. Among the 4 of them, the leader said, "Remember, we're going to the undersea heavenly palace with no fear of death. But remember, don't take risks. If we can survive, try to stay alive. Only by staying alive can all this be meaningful." Yes, Uncle Jean. However, as soon as these 4 people finished speaking, less than 100 seconds had passed. Suddenly, on their way, they saw 2 figures, one black and one white, waiting there for a long time. Zhao Jin's expression changed slightly. 2 peak-level venerables? At this moment, a voice sounded leisurely. Robbery. Pay up. Zhao Jin was a half-king of the Blue Cloud world and wasn't a heavenly talent. The heavenly talents of the Blue Cloud world should have gone to explore the undersea palace. Initially, Zhao Jin did not want to go. However, what if there was an opportunity? This time, although there were dangers in the 5-star danger zone, they could still survive. The strength of a half-king was already the top existence. Below a king. Of course, the premise was that he did not meet any abnormally strong heavenly talents. Everyone who had become a half-king could more or less sense the opportunity to become a king, but they couldn't survive that tribulation. Zhao Jin naturally wanted to find opportunities. At least, he thought that it was much easier to find opportunities here than in the monarch palace. The probability of death in the land of King Death was only 30%, but what about the monarch palace? The probability of death was 90%. No matter what, he felt that he couldn't let go of this opportunity. In fact, most of the half-kings who came to the land of King Death had the same idea. Otherwise, they could just wait for the monarch palace to open and risk their lives there. After all, those who came out of the monarch palace alive had all become kings. However, at this moment, Zhao Jin realized that 2 peak-level venerables wanted to rob the 4 of them. Zhao Jin's face turned cold. Who are you? You don't know how to do proper business and don't have the guts to explore dangerous places, but you have the guts to rob others here? And you even want to rob your own people? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Jin only said that he wanted to teach Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan a lesson, but he didn't dare to say that he would kill them. After all, living for such a long time, he was more mature than young men. He still didn't know the real strength of the 2 after all. From this person's tone, he didn't seem to be from the 13 worlds in the inner domain. Otherwise, his tone wouldn't be so mild. Han Fei said, "Which world are you from? If you're from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, I can consider giving you a discount." Zhao Jin was speechless. A discount? How can I, a half-king, be robbed by 2 peak-level venerables? If I let you get your way, how can I face others? Fuse. Zhao Jin fused with a colorful python. Then, he took out a halberd that flickered with lightning. He slashed Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan powerfully with the halberd. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other. A boxing glove immediately appeared on Han Fei's hand. He opened his hand and directly blocked the power of Zhao Jin's halberd without retreating. Zhao Jin's heart skipped a beat. Did he encounter a peerless heavenly talent? How could he block my halberd with one hand? No one in the blue cloud world could do that. Even the strongest prodigy of the blue cloud world wouldn't dare to say that he could catch my halberd with one hand. Pooh. 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 Zhao Jin didn't even need to turn around. In his perception, the 3 peak-level venerables who followed him were actually killed. At that moment, Zhao Jin panicked. He immediately shouted, "The blue cloud world, I'm Zhao Jin from the blue cloud world. We are all humans. You don't have to kill me. You want resources, right? No problem, but please give some face to our blue cloud world." Zhao Jin was shocked. They were only peak-level venerables. They hadn't become half-kings yet, but they were already so ridiculously strong. The 4 of them were completely wiped out. Immediately, Zhao Jin realized that the gap between their strength and those true heavenly talents in the inner region was insurmountable. The other party was already so strong, but they were still robbing outside. Then why did they bother to go to the undersea palace? Zhao Jin's words stunned Han Fei. Ever since he entered the land of King Death, he had never seen such a shameless person. What dignity? He had none. When he saw that he couldn't win, he directly surrendered. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how this person reached the half-king realm. However, when Han Fei saw the state of this person's blood and qi, he immediately understood that this guy probably managed to reach the half-king realm with time. His lifespan should be up soon, so his blood and qi weren't that abundant. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't kill him. In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, the blue cloud world was quite low-key. Such a person was not to the extent of being an enemy of the yin-yang world, nor was he a target of his revenge. Therefore, Han Fei said, "Xiaoan, you're back." Since the 2 of them were known as the black and white ghosts, Xia Xiaochan used the alias Xia Xiaoan. When Xia Xiaochan turned into a shadow in front of Han Fei, Zhao Jin immediately knew that this kind of person who used special combat skills probably had a very special spiritual beast. He probably couldn't beat this one either. Han Fei asked, "Then where are the resources?" Zhao Jin immediately took out a sun-moon shell and shouted at the others. Rebirth. The 3 peak-level venerables didn't expect to be defeated in one move. After being chopped by Xia Xiaochan, they secretly controlled their souls and blood essence and hid. At this moment, the 3 of them were speechless. If even a half-king couldn't withstand it, they would be captured and killed sooner or later. If they didn't appear now, they would only survive for a while. Therefore, the 3 of them were reborn slowly. They were extremely frightened and were even prepared to die. It couldn't be helped. How could They step on the path of cultivation without the preparation of dying at any time. Just as the three of them were panicking, Han Fei said, "Okay, I said I'd give you a discount if you're from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, so I'll give you a 30% discount. That's already very generous of me. Now give me your sun moon shells." Zhao Jin was the first to hand over the sun moon shell. Han Fei took it and scanned it with his perception. Immediately, he felt terrible. Han Fei glanced at Zhao Jin in shock and disbelief. Xia Xiaochan asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Han Fei didn't speak, but took the sun moon shells of the other three and scanned them. Slap. Han Fei slapped himself on the head and scooped up 7 keys to the monarch palace from the 4 sea-swallowing seashells. He showed the rest to Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan glanced at it curiously. The sun moon shell was almost empty, except for more than 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and some materials of the half-venerable level. And the other 3 were even poorer. They didn't even have 100 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Xia Xiaochan took a deep breath. Aren't they too poor? Did they hide all the good stuff? Zhao Jin hurriedly said, "That's not true. Heavenly talents from the inner region, like you don't know the hardship of our blue cloud world at all. Our blue cloud world is not among the top in the outer domain. We have a large population, and a resource needs to be divided into 2 parts. In the land of King Death, we face a lot of danger and have a high chance of dying. Therefore, we have left our resources in the blue cloud world. After all, venerables can swallow spiritual energy." Han Fei thought to himself, "This really opens my eyes." From today on, if anyone told him which of the 36 mystic worlds was the poorest, Han Fei would definitely say that it was the blue cloud world. Han Fei was lost for words. Save these ultra-quality spiritual stones for emergencies. Your blue cloud world is really stingy. To be honest, Han Fei was really ashamed to take these things. Han Fei said leisurely, "Forget it. As human beings, it's not easy for you. How about this? I'll give you 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones for each of the 7 keys." Xia Xiaochan was speechless. Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Is Han Fei out of his mind? Is he the Han Fei I know? Zhao Jin and the others were already lucky enough not to die. 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones was definitely too little to buy a monarch palace key. Even if the price was multiplied by 100 times, it would still be too little. However, they would be thankful if he didn't kill them. How could Zhao Jin and the others dare to say no? Han Fei took out a sun moon shell and threw 7,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones over. However, when Zhao Jin was about to take the spiritual stones, Han Fei said, "Zhao Jin, right? Do you want to take back the 7 monarch palace keys? If you sell them in Martial Emperor City, I'm afraid someone will bid 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones for each of them. Do you still want them back?" Zhao Jin and the others looked at each other. Zhao Jin asked in disbelief, Can I? Xia Xiaochan immediately realized that Han Fei was still Han Fei. It was impossible to spit out what he got, but she didn't know what he was going to do. Han Fei said, "You're already a half-king, and your lifespan is almost gone. Logically speaking, ultra-quality spiritual stones are no longer of much use to you. However, who would complain about having too many resources? If you have money, what can't you buy? If you want to go to the monarch palace, you Have to prepare a lot of things, right? I have an idea. Maybe you can not only earn these 7 monarch palace keys back, but also make a lot of money. If you have enough money, you can find an auction house and buy some good things back. What do you think? Hiss. Zhao Jin was a little dumbfounded. How could there be such a good thing in the world? However, Han Fei had already said so. If he rejected it, would this person turn hostile? He might as well agree first. When he left and found a secret realm to hide, this person probably wouldn't be able to find him. Zhao Jin asked, "What's your idea?" "I'm all ears." Han Fei said leisurely, "There are countless people in the vast sea. Looking for them is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. But if you can bring some people from the other heavenly palaces, I can give you 10% of their resources. It's up to you whether to do it or not. We, black and white ghosts, have always been chivalrous, robbing the rich and helping the poor. I just want your money and won't take your lives. You can consider it." After hearing Han Fei's suggestion, Zhao Jin hesitated for a moment and then responded surprisingly, "Your idea is very good. I'll do my best. But I wonder how to find you." Seeing that Han Fei had no intention to kill him, Zhao Jin knew that Han Fei wanted him to lure more people over for him to rob, but why not? He was almost 7,000 years old and used to be a heavenly talent. However, his body was deteriorating. Whether it was the land of King Death or the next exploration of the monarch palace, he had to go. If he didn't go, he wouldn't have a chance. At this moment, after witnessing the strength of others, he realized that he was really weak. If he didn't even dare to seize the last chance, how could he go to the monarch palace? Seeing that Zhao Jin's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, Han Fei immediately smiled and said, "There must be traces of we black and white ghosts within 1,000,000 kilometers of the undersea palace. If you still can't find us, I can only say that we're not fated." Zhao Jin said, "We must be fated. In that case, I'll go first." Hearing their conversation, Xiao Shaochan felt that Han Fei had found a bosom friend. As for the rest of the blue cloud world, they all felt that Zhao Jin had gone crazy. A moment later, above the sea hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, someone said, "Elder Zhao, are you really going to cooperate with those two bandits?" Someone echoed, "Yes, Elder Zhao, those two are definitely not good people. Can he really give us benefits?" Zhao Jin said leisurely, "That's not true. Let me ask you, how strong are these two?" One of them said, "Very strong. The woman was so fast that we couldn't react in time. Our bodies couldn't move, and I think the shadow must have controlled us, and the 3 of us were killed in an instant." Another person said, "That man must be a top heavenly talent to be able to withstand your attack with his bare hands." Zhao Jin continued, "You've all cultivators. Don't you know that true friendship between people is the bond of interests? As long as we can bring them new people, whether they're humans, sea demons, undersea humans, or mermen, they're all brought by us. Then we can earn money together. This is an unbreakable relationship of interests." Zhao Jin narrowed his eyes. "Therefore, we have to do it this time. People have to get their opportunity themselves." Encouraged by Zhao Jin's words, the other 3 people of the blue cloud world were also a little tempted. However, 2 peak-level venerables thought about it and looked at each other. They decided not to take the risk. The two of them bid farewell to Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin did not stop them. He was also taking a gamble. However, the problem was not the bet itself. He knew how hard he had worked, how careful he had been, and how cautious he had been along the way. Now that he had reached the end of his caution, it was time to take a gamble. If others were unwilling, that was their choice. On the other side, Xia Xiaochan couldn't help wondering, can they really bring people here? Han Fei said, who cares? It's best if they can bring new people over. If they can't, we'll only lose 7,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. If they can bring anyone over, we'll definitely be able to earn the money back. I've never seen such poor people in the raging sea. Their blue cloud world is quite capable. Puff. Xiao Xiaochan was lost for words. Looking at Han Fei's frustrated face, sometimes it was even more amusing than seeing him being arrogant. The next day, the Avenger had already arrived near the undersea palace. In the middle of the night, he caught a group of cultivators from the god refining world and extorted a sum of money. He obtained about 300,000 spiritual stones, more than 3,000 spiritual fruits, 5 monarch palace keys, and a few other items. Early this morning, he robbed 2 more merman experts and obtained 6 keys to the monarch palace. Although Han Fei was close to the undersea palace, only 1/5 of the people had come HRE, which was not very likely to be encountered by Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei's plundering speed was not bad. In the afternoon, Han Fei made dumplings himself. It was not bad to change the taste occasionally. Han Fei didn't make many dumplings, only 300. He, Xia Xiaochan, and the hexagon starfish each ate 100. However, Han Fei had only eaten 50 of them before business came. Who else could it be but Zhao Jin? Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei scanned with his perception and saw Zhao Jin's team of 8. Among them, the blue cloud world only had 2 people, but they had brought 6. A moment later, Zhao Jin said to someone, "Brotherly Fan, we know very well how strong we are. If we want to survive in this raging sea and even become kings, I'm afraid we have to work hard." Li Fan said leisurely, "Who doesn't know? But I'm afraid that there are many strong masters in the undersea palace. I'm thinking that we should wait and gather more fellow Taoists from the 13 worlds in the outer domain. At that time, we can advance and retreat together. Perhaps it's better," Zhao Jin said, "but the resources are limited. If we fight over them." Sigh. Li Fan sighed. That's true. The few of them were heading towards the undersea palace, but a moment later, with a whoosh, a large ship appeared. Suddenly, it appeared thousands of kilometers away from Zhao Jin and the others. Zhao Jin and Li Fan's expressions changed drastically. Zhao Jin said, "Not good, brother Li. We might have been ambushed." However, Li Fan suddenly said, "No, look, there are only 2 people on that ship. They don't seem to be very strong. We should be able to take them down easily." Zhao Jin said, "Who knows if they have any reinforcements?" Li Fan smiled and said, "Look, they're clearly fleeing. They must be being hunted. Brother Zhao, go and take them down." Zhao Jin thought to himself, "Take them down? How the hell can I take them down?" Of course, Zhao Jin pretended to hesitate for a moment before charging forward. Li Fan pushed, and more than 100 blood-colored spikes surrounded Han Fei's Avenger. Li Fan shouted, "2 people on the ship, hand over your sun moon shells." Yes, this was normal in the raging sea. The strong robbed the weak. The weak robbed the weaker ones, or tricked the stronger ones. Anyway, that was what Li Fan did. Compared to Zhao Jin, his attitude was even more unfriendly. While doing this, Li Fan sent a voice transmission to Zhao Jin, "Brother Zhao. These two people have vigorous energy and blood. It's obvious that they are heavenly talents of the inner domain. It seems that we've made a fortune this time. As long as we take them down, I reckon we can make good money." Zhao Jin sighed inwardly. "Brother Fan, you're too polite. I did make good money. As for you, just take it as a lesson." 10 seconds later, when Han Fei stabbed Li Fan's double shields, Li Fan was dumbfounded. One of his arms was blown up. Li Fan was speechless. "With such strength, why are you here as a robber?" Because Li Fan was from the Blood Fiend world, the 6 peak level venerables that Li Fan had brought were all good at hunting. They were agile, fast, and had extremely strong explosive power. As for the other two, because the powers of their great Daos were relatively special, one mastered the speed of light, and the other mastered the power of wind. And a peak-level venerable from the Blue Cloud world. These people could barely put some pressure on Xia Xiaochan. These people wanted to run, but they had seen Han Fei's strength. Now that their boss, Li Fan, was detained, if they dared to run, the man would kill them. Those who could grow to the peak of the venerable realm could still distinguish their strength and realm. As long as there was a chance to escape, they would escape. More importantly, they didn't think that they couldn't escape. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan didn't use the power of the giant arowana and the heavenly cicada, but only the power of the shadow shrimp. Chi La. Xia Xiaochan turned into a shadow, and someone shouted, "Watch the shadow." At that moment, someone covered himself in lightning. Someone stood on the water, surrounded by a storm. Someone slipped into stealth and disappeared. What kept appearing were the cracks left in the void by the battle. Han Fei shook his head slightly. These people were too weak to be Xia Xiaochan's sparring partners. Xia Xiaochan's combat power was too strong. If she fought with them now, she could at most consolidate her combat skills and train her reaction speed. But as for pressure, Xia Xiaochan probably wouldn't feel any pressure at all. If nothing went wrong, these people would soon be defeated. Han Fei didn't look at them anymore. He turned his head to look at Li Fan and Zhao Jin, who had been controlled, and said casually, "Evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanence take lives." In the Death Valley of the land of King Death, the black and white impermanence appeared. Money will pave the way, and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot and no credit is allowed. We, black and white ghosts, have always been fair when doing business. Since you are from the outer domain, I will give you a 30% discount. Li Fan had to lower his head. How much is 30%? Han Fei grinned. 30% off of all your belongings. Well, you have to give me all your keys to the Monarch Palace. Li Fan. Li Fan couldn't have felt worse. Are you any different from a pirate? However, Han Fei said leisurely, the money has to be paid on the spot. But if you can find people from the 13 worlds in the inner domain for me to rob, I can give you a 10% commission, including the keys. After Han Fei and Li Fan confirmed the amount of resources, Xia Xiaochan finished the battle in 30 seconds. This speed was much slower than Han Fei's. However, Han Fei had once become a half-king, while Xia Xiaochan had only been A peak-level venerable. Han Fei shook his head helplessly. There are a total of 9 monarch palace keys. As for the others, I didn't count them. Although they're much better than the blue cloud world, they might not be as good as a heavenly talent from the 13 worlds in the inner domain. It's meaningless to rob them. Xiao Xiaochan also agreed. I found that their combat power is not good either. Even though some of them are talented and their great Tao is not too bad, they are still far behind in a real battle. They can't even calm down. The more they fight, the more panicked they become. Han Fei thought to himself, how can they not panic? You're already fighting 7 people alone. After a series of attacks, you might have killed all of them if you're not careful. Who wouldn't panic? Of course, Han Fei wouldn't say that. He just comforted her. That's because your bloodline talent is extremely high, and they are from the 13 worlds. In the inner domain, not the most talented ones. Therefore, you still have to fight the heavenly talents from the inner domain to grow. Xiao Xiaochan nodded. She looked back at the undersea palace and asked, are we going? Han Fei said, not now. Those who should go in should have gone in, but no one came out. What does this mean? Xiao Xiaochan asked, are they trapped inside? Han Fei said, that's one of the reasons. This proves that they haven't completely explored this place yet. Otherwise, a chaotic battle would have broken out long ago. However, they're fighting below. If we go down now, we might not be able to get any treasures. In that case, why don't we wait until most of the resources are in the hands of some people before we attack? Looking at Han Fei's confident face, Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help but say, you're much calmer than before. If you had encountered this before, you wouldn't have waited a moment longer. Han Fei grinned. Of course. Because I have a big appetite now. About an hour after the battle, Zhao Jin came. Seeing that the two of them were talking at the bow, he immediately cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Black Ghost. Han Fei smiled. You've seen how many resources Li Fan has. It's really not much. While complaining about Li Fan's poverty, Han Fei threw a lot of resources, and a key to Zhao Jin. Han Fei said, maybe the 13 worlds in the outer domain isn't our goal. If we can attract the strong masters of the 13 worlds in the inner domain, you will get more benefits. However, Zhao Jin smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist, I've already gone to all the 12 5-star dangerous places. Half a month has passed, and those who should have come out early. Those who shouldn't have come out have probably died. To be honest, those who should have gone in have already gone in. The rest probably don't dare to come to the undersea palace. Oh? You mean you can't bring anyone here? Zhao Jin immediately said, no. Of course not. What I mean is that I can gather my friends to snipe those who come out of the undersea palace. If those people are injured, we can rob them if you want. However, I'm afraid it will take at least 2 or 3 days for me to persuade my friends. Are you willing to wait? Han Fei realized that Zhao Jin was right. Half a month had passed, and the exploration of the 5-star peril zones had been completed. However, in addition to the 5-star danger zones, there were also a large number of 4-star and 3-star danger zones. Most peak-level venerables did not have to come to the danger zones to court death. With this in mind, Han Fei smiled. That's fine. If you can gather a group of People and wait here, it's not bad. Many a mickle makes a muckle. You'll still get a lot of benefits. Zhao Jin, yes, yes. Han Fei didn't plan to attack Zhao Jin at all. Zhao Jin's net worth was not even worth a mosquito's leg. This was just like how there was no need for him to bully a poor beggar and let those rich people continue to spend money like water. Even if Zhao Jin could bring a group of people here, Han Fei wasn't interested. These people added up might not be as rich as a single heavenly talent of the supreme clearness world. Why did he bother to offend so many people? 2 days passed. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan waited outside for 2 days. During these 2 days, the Avenger floated on the sea outside the undersea palace. However, he did not meet anyone. This made Han Fei wonder if the people in the land of King Death had all gone out in advance. The 3rd day, Han Fei finally lost his patience. When he got the auspicious divination result with the 9 palace luck ruler, he immediately said, "Girl, let's go in." Xia Shaochan said, "You're finally willing to go in?" It's mainly because none of them came out, which doesn't make sense. It's been 5 days. But none of them came out. Did they escape from somewhere else? Xia Shaochan said, "Let's just go down and check it out." The undersea palace was called the undersea palace because of one characteristic. It was said that this world was upside down. The deepest part of the sea was like the highest part of the sky. It sounded dreamy. The entrance of the undersea palace was a huge vortex, like a crack in the wild abyss. Of course, it was much smaller than that super vortex. Xia Shaochan didn't want to be separated from Han Fei. God knew what would happen if they were separated again. Therefore, when they jumped into the vortex, the two of them hugged each other like bungee jumping. After spinning in the vortex for about an hour, the two of them even kissed for a while. At this moment, their eyes lit up and they appeared in a brand new world. When Han Fei and Xia Shaochan's eyes lit up, they saw countless translucent jellyfish with glowing belts, all of which were swimming upside down. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were also upside down. It felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan looked at each other. Han Fei extended the void lines and controlled a blue glowing jellyfish. Taking a closer look, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Dream Poison Jellyfish. Introduction: an extremely special jellyfish creature. Because it lives in extremely deep waters, it sleeps most of its life, but its body will instinctively move. When the dream poison jellyfish sleeps, it will emit a poison that can make people dream. This poison is invisible and difficult to resist. Once one falls asleep, the dream poison jellyfish will subconsciously absorb and devour the soul of the dreamer until the dreamer dies. Level: greater than 78. Quality: rare. Spiritual energy: 140,154 points. Edible effect: slumber. Collectible: dream poison. Absorbable. Note: beware of the dream poison in the water. After seeing this news, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Girl, Master Hexagon! Activate your spiritual energy protective cover. The water is poisonous." Xia Shaochan asked in surprise, "Is it poisonous?" Master Hexagon formed a defensive array around the three of them and exclaimed, "No wonder I fainted just now. I was poisoned." Han Fei, are you going to treat me? Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "These jellyfish haven't even become venerables yet. Even if they are poisonous, how can you be poisoned so quickly?" The hexagon starfish. Starfish have poor resistance. Han Fei. His body was sinking. As long as he avoided the poison of these dream poison jellyfish, he would not be lost. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. After confirming the location, Han Fei and Xiao Shaochuan didn't stop and went straight in the designated direction. Unfortunately, he couldn't exert his physical strength in this place. He seemed to be floating in the air and wasn't fast. He could only walk about 100 meters in one breath. Fortunately, Han Fei was good at the near-at-hand technique. It took them 2 hours to walk through the vast sea area of jellyfish. Just when they were about to leave the sea, Han Fei suddenly saw that someone was sitting on the head of a dream poison jellyfish. Han Fei thought to himself, is this guy in his dream? But when Han Fei was about to take the man's sun-moon shell away, the man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Han Fei and Xiao Shaochuan. What do you want? I'm Bai Jingjiu, from the Million Poison World. As he spoke, all kinds of strange colors appeared on the surface of his body, and the pure seawater around him was dyed with many colors. Han Fei was lost for words. Bai Jingjiu? Freeloader? Han Fei, I don't know you. I don't think I've seen you under the heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree. Bai Jingjiu said, it was enough for my senior brother, Dongfang Ming, to go to that place. Huh? Are you two trying to rob me? Nonsense, how is that possible? We, the black and white ghosts, saw you sitting on the ground and thought that you were poisoned. If you are, we can save you. Bai Jingjiu sneered. How can such a small poison hurt me? However, thank you for your kindness. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, no. Fellow Taoist, Bai, why are you playing with jellyfish in this huge undersea palace? Bai Jingjiu said leisurely, I'm collecting dream poison. By the way, let me remind you. There seems to be a lot of hair down here. It's extremely tough and can emit illusion poison. Be careful. Han Fei wondered if he should rob Bai Jingjiu. This time, he was not here for the keys, but for the poisons on Bai Jingjiu. Anyone who dared to come here to collect poison was obviously not an ordinary person. However, Han Fei gave up after thinking for a moment. This person was a half-king, but when he talked to him just now, his blood was abnormal, and his body, eyes, and other parts of his body were emitting poisonous gas. Previously, Patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jia, had said that although he had cultivated the power of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect well, he was still far from being strong in poison Dao. At least, the poison given by the Patriarch Million Poison had poisoned him for a long time. If this heavenly talent of the Million Poison world had a sea establishment realm poison, who would dare to provoke him? Han Fei thought that he didn't have to rob a guy from the Million Poison world, since there were many people down there. Han Fei smiled. Fellow Taoist Bai, aren't you going down? Bai Jingjiu said, oh. I'll be there in half a day at most. By the way, my senior brother is collecting poison down there. He has a strange temper. Don't anger him. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, your senior brother? Dongfang Ming? Bai Jingjiu nodded. It's quite rare to come here. The poisonous creatures we're collecting now are treasures. Forget it, you don't understand. You can go now. I'm going to collect more poisonous creatures. Han Fei glanced at Xiao Shaochuan and they left quickly. A moment later, Xiao Shaochuan said, you didn't rob him. That's not your style. Han Fei shook his head. I can't just rob any person I meet, can I? This person is not weak, and he's actually quite vigilant. From the moment we approached him, he had already started to use poison. I bet that as long as we touch him, there will be a very powerful poison waiting for us in the end. With so many people I can rob, we don't have to find someone who plays with poison to rob. Although he said that, Han Fei thought to himself, I'm not strong enough to resist the poison yet. Xia Xiaochan is probably weaker than me in this respect. When I eat all the poisons in the million poison world, I can run wild. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan continued to swim down and there was not even a single glowing creature in the darkness, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers. Girl, it might be a little dangerous. Xia Xiaochan said, I feel that something is watching us. In this so-called undersea palace, when a person was swimming to the bottom of the sea, it felt like he was flying to the sky, and there was no telling where he would go. When Han Fei suddenly found that the seawater abruptly turned freezing, he knew that danger was coming. He immediately scanned around with his perception, only to find that his perception range was only 1,000 meters away, and his perception was suppressed. At this moment, red spots of light appeared in the sea around Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, like countless eyes. From the bottom of the sea, they looked like the stars in the night sky, but most of them were red, which looked quite creepy. For half-kings like Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, 1,000-meter range was an extremely short distance. After confirming that his perception was blocked, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and spiritual energy flames burned within a kilometer. Sure enough, the moment the spiritual energy flame burned, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan saw dense black hairs that looked like human hair spreading quickly. Not only that, but there were also a total of 13 corpses among the long black hair. Some were human, some were merfolk, some were demons, and some were undersea humans. These people did not seem to be completely dead. It seemed that they were still alive and were probably controlled by this strange hair. Xia Xiaochan was relieved. There are hundreds of people here, but only 13 of them are controlled. It shouldn't be too dangerous. The hexagon starfish muttered, it looks so scary. Are these 13 half-kings? Even half-king are all hanging here. Let's hurry back. Han Fei sneered. Those who dare to come here are all capable. If they can't even survive this little danger, how can they explore the forbidden place? However, as soon as Han Fei finished speaking, 12 more people were pushed out of the sea of hair. Some of these people were broken, but they were still alive and should be conscious. Xia Xiaochan frowned. 25. That seems to be a lot. Han Fei glanced at them and found that he didn't know any of them. Without saying anything, he grabbed the vast ocean navigator and continued to point the way. When the needle pointed, Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water turned into dense blades, condensed into a blade storm, and rushed out. The moment Han Fei attacked, the 25 controlled half-kings attacked at the same time, launching all kinds of techniques at Han Fei. However, after one attack, Han Fei clearly knew that these half-kings couldn't exert their peak strength. Han Fei stabbed a half-king to death, and there was all broken hair floating in front of him. These hair pieces were actually conscious and could continue to grab at Han Fei. Of course, as an airwave burst out of Han Fei's body, a great deal of the hair was destroyed by the invincible battle intent. And Xia Xiaochan could attack more easily. Xia Xiaochan fought with shadow kill the whole time and had no physical body at all, so these hairs couldn't do anything to her. The two of them cooperated with each other. One by one, the half-kings were either shattered or cut apart. During this time, Han Fei felt that there was a vague power trying to infect his soul several times. For example, some illusory scenes would appear in front of him. Fortunately, Han Fei's soul power was so strong that it had completely surpassed the soul of a half-king, so this kind of illusion, which was the illusion poison in Bai Jingzhou's mouth, was almost completely useless to him. Roar. While fighting, Xia Xiaochan let out a world-shaking dragon roar. 3 people were shattered in a row, and thousands of red light spots were also shattered. Han Fei asked, "Are you okay?" The illusion poison they release can make people hallucinate. Xia Xiaochan said, "I'm fine. I just find this illusion annoying, so I shattered it." Han Fei was relieved to hear that and quickly teleported to a place with red eyes. What he saw were creatures that were only the size of a palm but covered with long hair. Information appeared in his eyes. Named 1,000 silk magic anemones. Introduction: an extremely special sea anemone. Because it lives in extremely deep waters, it has a great interest in all living beings from the outside world and likes to devour living beings and their memories. The 1,000 silk magic sunflower's long silk is tough. A single silk may not be strong, but if one is entangled by countless long silk, it will be difficult to escape. The illusion poison in its body will cause living beings to have a psychedelic effect to hunt living beings. Level greater than 79. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 156,154 points. Edible effect inedible. Collectible magic silk. Absorbable. Note: a lot of magic silk can be woven into extremely tough armor. Han Fei wasn't very interested in this armor. It was mainly because the 1,000 silk magic anemone's level was too low. He didn't know how many times he had to refine it into clothes. Anyway, he wasn't interested. Within dozens of kilometers around Han Fei, the seawater spontaneously strangled. The 1,000 silk magic anemones couldn't withstand it at all, and a large number of them were dying. After more than 10 half-king experts were killed, the 1,000 silk magic anemones began to retreat quickly. They seemed to know that the newcomer was extraordinary, so it was impossible to take him down directly. Buzz. Xia Xiaochan turned back into her human form from the shadow form and said, "Those half-kings can only use some simple means, but they can't use any major techniques. It seems that these creatures can't control them well." Han Fei shook his head. "Not necessarily. These sea anemones are only half venerable. How can they kill a half-king?" Xia Xiaochan was shocked. "Is there some other kind of danger?" Swish. 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 As soon as Xia Xiaochan finished speaking, a red eyeball that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in the distance. Its size was countless times bigger than a palm. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Pay attention, don't be bewitched." Needless to say, the death of these half-kings was not without reason. Seeing the small ones couldn't handle them, the big ones came. This huge 1,000 silk magic anemones was really fast, and Han Fei's million knife art rolled up and collided with its magic silks, making clanking sounds. Although Han Fei could feel that he had cut off a lot of the magic silks, it was nothing for this huge 1,000 silk magic anemones. While the infinity water was resisting the magic silks, Han Fei suddenly felt an impact in his mind. This guy could kill him with spiritual power. Han Fei grunted, held the embroidery needle in his hand, and immediately stabbed back with the heavenly god stab. It was also a soul attack, but Han Fei's attack didn't hit the 1,000 silk magic anemones, but exploded not far away from it. Buzz. However, when the remaining power dissipated, Han Fei found that there were hundreds of super 1,000 silk magic anemones around him. Hiss. Are you kidding me? Hum. Han Fei was stunned. When he was about to merge with Little Black and Little White, a mermaid's shadow appeared in midair, and weird notes burst out of Xia Xiaochan's body, shaking the soul. Then, the giant 1,000 silk magic anemones exploded. Seeing that Han Fei was shocked, Xia Xiaochan said to him telepathically, "This is the mermaid's song, my intrinsic inheritance." Han Fei had always thought that Xia Xiaochan was not good at mental attacks, but at hunting. At this moment, Han Fei didn't expect that Xia Xiaochan had the inheritance of the Song of Mermaids. When the melodious and clear song rippled under the water, the 1,000 silk magic anemones exploded one after another, leaving only one. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that the 1,000 silk magic anemones that popped up one after another were all fake. There was only one real body. Therefore, Han Fei realized that he had been poisoned just now. Although he wasn't poisoned deeply, he was still poisoned. It seemed that he was still not good at poison. Just now, with Han Fei's temper, he would have directly attacked the 1,000 silk magic anemones, and must be fooled by the 1,000 silk magic anemones for a while. At this moment, the huge 1,000 silk magic anemones seemed to have been defeated by Xia Xiaochan's singing. The countless magic silks all rushed towards Xia Xiaochan. How could Han Fei let it have its way? Han Fei took a step forward and arrived in front of Xia Xiaochan. The infinity water and the invincible will were both released to the limit, and Han Fei was as dazzling as the sun. Chi La. With this slash, a large number of golden water blades followed. Wherever it passed, the magic silks of the 1,000 silk magic anemones shattered, and none of them could resist the power of Han Fei's slash. It wasn't until the body of the 1,000 threads demonic sunflower was pierced into a hornet's nest that Han Fei sneered. "You think you're the only one with silks? My void lines aren't?" Han Fei immediately cast out the void lines. As Xia Xiaochan sang, Han Fei moved forward, and in the end, he calmly rushed back and forth among the countless magic silks of the 1,000 silk magic anemones. After more than 30 seconds, the 1,000 silk magic anemones finally died. Even the 124 wisps of chaotic chi in its body were swallowed by Han Fei. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan naturally stopped singing. Seeing that Han Fei was going to draw the 1,000 threads demonic sunflowers magic silks, Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but ask, "What's this for?" Han Fei said with a smile, "After all, it's the silk of the half-king level. If I take a few of them out, they can be made into ultra-quality divine weapon-level fishing lines. After all, they are very valuable. It would be a waste not to take them." After a pause, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is singing your intrinsic inheritance?" "Wow, this voice is quite nice." Xia Xiaochan couldn't help blushing. This is the talent of the merfolk, and the inherited mermaid's song is the melody of the great Tao in the bloodline. It's a soul technique that combines attack and defense. Han Fei smacked his lips. How rare. After quickly collecting a lot of magic silks, Han Fei said, "Let's go." There are more than one of these half-king 1,000 silk magic anemones. There are Only 2 people hanging on these silks. It seems that there are more than one. In the dark. Let's leave first. Han Fei wasn't interested in fighting here. Those 1,000 silk magic anemones probably didn't come out after seeing Han Fei's strength. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that, not long after they left, a figure slowly walked over from the depths of the forest of magic silk. The person was holding a small bottle in his hand, and there was a large amount of black gas drilling into it. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely find that this person was the heavenly talent of the million poison world, Dongfang Ming. Dongfang Ming looked in the direction where Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan left and muttered, "Why are humans and mermen together? Forget it, this is already the 30th wave. It seems that I have to call junior brother to move on." Euro. Following the direction pointed by the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan passed through a cloud-like undersea cloud in about half an hour. Yes, at this moment, Han Fei knew that he was at the bottom of the sea, but he felt that he was flying to the sky. As expected of the undersea palace. This time, after crossing the clouds, it was not as spacious as just now. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan appeared in a canyon. However, their bodies seemed to be floating weightlessly. Actually, it was not difficult to travel. Han Fei could use the near-at-hand technique and Xia Xiaochan could flash infinitely. Now, Xia Xiaochan's infinite flash was no longer the same as before. Now, she could appear in dozens of places in an instant, and it was impossible to tell her location from the turbulence in the void. Even if you could, Xia Xiaochan had already come over when you found the turbulence in the void. Therefore, this was still a difficult technique to crack. At this moment, as the 2 of them approached the canyon, they could clearly see that there seemed to be an orange light in the depths of the canyon. Something was definitely happening there, or something was different. However, when Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were about to go over with the near-at-hand technique and flash, Xia Xiaochan suddenly found that no matter how she flashed, her positions didn't change, and neither did Han Fei's. The 2 of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Is the space sealed?" Yes, the space here was sealed. Any spatial technique was useless here. The 2 of them would definitely not stay here and do nothing. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan took out their fishing rods almost at the same time and hit the stone wall of the canyon. The 2 of them became faster and faster, and their bodies became heavier and heavier. When the 2 of them completely landed in the canyon, there was at least 10,000 times the gravity on their bodies. The gravity actually tried to press the 2 of them to the bottom of the sea to prevent them from moving forward quickly. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. The design is quite exquisite. Did anyone open a cave here? Xia Xiaochan said, "The undersea palace must be a palace-type existence, but I haven't even seen the shadow of a palace yet." Buzz. While the 2 of them were talking, the ground suddenly began to shake. A large number of black shadows floated out from the cracks on the rock walls and the seabed. These black shadows quickly condensed and finally turned into undead creatures that looked like vengeful spirits. In addition to these invisible undead creatures, Han Fei also saw a claw extending out of the ground from time to time. Unknowingly, the road of the canyon was full of powerful skeletons. The hexagon starfish covered his eyes. "I was scared to death. I knew I couldn't come here. Look, I was right, right? There are too many undead creatures. How can we beat them?" Xia Xiaochan said, "Shut up. No matter what, we don't need you to fight." Xia Xiaochan took a breath and said, it seems that we have to fight our way through. Hanfei nodded slightly. It's like a trial. This time, we have the target. We just need to walk down this canyon. In Hanfei's eyes, these undead creatures were basically all venerables. There weren't as many as he had imagined, but they were definitely much stronger than he had imagined. Including those invisible undead creatures, every one of them was abnormally powerful. There were even many half-king undead creatures. It seemed that they would devour each other. Hanfei asked in his heart, Old Yuan, undead creatures should exist too. Protect something, right? The old turtle nodded. Generally speaking, yes, but... Hanfei asked, but what? The old turtle sighed. But there is another speculation? Hanfei had a bad feeling. What? The old turtle said, I didn't want you to know about it before because it involved too high a level. However, I think I have to tell you now. The old turtle said, it's said that the birth of the undead creatures is due to a force called the immortal temple of the three temples. They explored death and told people that the undead creatures exist in order to protect something. As time went by, people all know that the undead creatures exist to protect something. Hanfei thought to himself, as expected, the undead creatures are not a good thing. Hanfei said, so, it's very likely that the existence of undead creatures is just a way for the immortal temple to nurture believers? The old turtle said, I don't know. I only know that the immortal temple seeks immortality. Hanfei asked, isn't becoming a monarch immortal? The old turtle snorted. The monarch realm can be called the longevity realm. But it doesn't mean immortality. In fact, even gods have the end of their lives. How can a monarch be an exception? Therefore, some people guessed that all the undead creatures in the world were the result of the exploration of death by the immortal temple. What kind of powerful existence could explore death? How could it be so easy to cross the river of time? Otherwise, why would they need the temporal temple? Therefore, I suspect that there is an even stronger god behind the three temples. Didn't you say that the gods have all died? The old turtle said, we think that the gods have all died, but we are not gods. So, no one knows whether they died or not. Hanfei was lost for words. So now, I can only fight my way through? The old turtle said, don't worry. The existence of the three temples is a secret. They won't attack you for such a small matter. Now that many people have broken into the undersea palace, this path shouldn't be difficult. At least, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the end. While Hanfei was chatting with the old turtle, Xia Xiaochan said, let's fight our way through. Although they are all venerables, there don't seem to be many half-kings. With your physique and my speed, it shouldn't be difficult for us to break through. Hanfei shrugged. Let's go. In terms of real combat, Hanfei and Xia Xiaochan were both strong masters. Hanfei activated the ancient desolate war body and the invincible will and absorbed the death energy. For Hanfei, this energy could also be swallowed and transformed. As for Xia Xiaochan, she couldn't transform death energy like Hanfei, but she could fight as a shadow the whole time. As long as Xia Xiaochan was willing, she could even cross this canyon faster than Hanfei. However, the two of them advanced and retreated together. There was no such thing as leaving first. Boom boom boom. Bang. 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 Hanfei trotted all the way. In the valley, there were explosions almost every moment. The undead creatures that were sent flying by Han Fei hit the mountain and exploded. While Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were moving forward, on a sea of blood, in front of a bronze door, there was a big pale red pool with a strange smell, where nearly 270 people were sitting cross-legged. There were humans, sea demons, mermen, and undersea humans. They were all half-kings. If one took a closer look, they would discover that these people were almost all injured. They were full of murderous aura, and their energy and blood was surging. The people at the front of the pool flushed. Every wisp of smoke that overflowed from the pond seemed to invade their bodies and put them in a relatively special state. Those who could speak were basically unable to take a few steps forward on the pool. With them as the center, although they could see the people at the front, they were still confused. At this moment, the blood pool was shaking and the ground was rumbling. Someone said, "It seems that more people are coming." Someone was lost for words. There must be a lot of people here. Are there so many half-king level powerhouses on our trip to the land of King Death? Someone frowned. After all, this is the land of King Death. It's reasonable for a few more half-kings to come. Someone said, "We'll know later. I wonder if they can come over." It was only 100 kilometers from where Han Fei and the others fell to, where the orange light was. However, it was not easy to walk these 100 miles. After fighting for more than 50 kilometers, Han Fei sighed. How many venerable level undead creatures are there here? There seems to be an infinite number of them, but there's no benefit in winning. The old turtle said, "Not necessarily. Once an undead creature awakens its consciousness, it will be an extremely powerful undead creature, and it may even become a king. Now, those who have fought with you haven't awakened their consciousness yet. Your luck is already good. Over thousands of years, countless people have died, and most of the believers of the immortal temple can walk this path. Therefore, there are not many of them." Xia Xiaochan said, "If you're tired, take a rest and I'll fight for you." Han Fei shook his head. "No. It just so happens that I can temper my bones and warm up my body. Otherwise, if I keep dodging, I'll have nowhere to practice my body." Xia Xiaochan snorted. "Go ahead. However, this trial is indeed not weak. It's just that the death energy is too annoying. Otherwise, I really want to fight these undead creatures." Han Fei scratched his head and suddenly patted his head. "Come out. I can help. You get rid of the death energy with a healing technique." "Really?" Swish. When the shadow turned into a human, an undead creature immediately attacked Xia Xiaochan. With a thought from Han Fei, holy light enveloped Xia Xiaochan. Qi La. As expected, the death energy that dissipated evaporated the moment it came into contact with the holy light. Light and darkness were always opposite in their effects. Xia Xiaochan was overjoyed. She raised her hand and the two skeletons shattered. 2 hours passed. Hoop. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan came to the yellow building, they were both relieved. Xia Xiaochan was also covered in blood, and Han Fei's battle suit was broken. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Han Fei said, "I'm really tired. Although I'm not fighting half-kings, there are too many of them. It's too tiring." Xia Xiaochan said, "I feel that my strength has improved again. I should be able to break through to the half-king level soon." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Oh. Really? Me too." With that, the two of them looked at the circular building. To be precise, this was not a building. It was made of black stone, covered with grooves of various sizes. The grooves glowed orange. In this pitch-black deep-sea domain, it was originally pitch-black, so it was simply too dazzling. Under this building, there seemed to be a corridor, or rather a passageway. The two of them didn't hesitate to move forward until they reached the interior of the building. Soon, they saw a round green array flashing in front of them. Han Fei immediately said, "This is a teleportation array." Xia Xiaochan said in surprise, "It really looks like a trial." Han Fei nodded slightly. In terms of the danger of the first 3 levels, the dream poison jellyfish is the easiest. When it comes to the 1000 silk magic anemones, peak-level venerables shouldn't be able to enter. Even a half king will be in danger of dying. When it comes to the last canyon, I guess it's either someone with special means, someone as strong as me, or many people came in together. Few people can fight their way in like us. Xia Xiaochan nodded. If I fight them alone, I can move forward for 30 kilometers at most, and that's without considering the death energy. If I'm surrounded by the death energy and have to fight all the way, ordinary half kings can only cover 10 kilometers at most. Han Fei nodded slightly. Stand still. Buzz. Han Fei spread his hands and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. It had to be said that this Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique was really useful. When the holy light shone, not only did her injuries recover, but even her fatigue was swept away. Straightening his clothes, Han Fei said to Xia Xiaochan, "Let's go and see what the real trial is." Swish. As soon as the teleportation array was activated, Han Fei saw a bloody pool. Hiss. A blood pool? Han Fei was stunned. Why is there a pool of blood here? Shouldn't there be a palace here? Where is the palace? Are you kidding me? Xia Xiaochan was also surprised. Is this the blood pool? Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he said, "That's right. Don't touch the water." Wait. Xia Xiaochan was puzzled. Wait for what? Han Fei said, "Wait for the boat." At this moment, Han Fei was full of questions. What was the relationship between the blood pool on the Forbidden Island and the blood pool here? Most of the secret realms in the land of King Death might come from the Monarch Palace. Then, did it mean that the Forbidden Island also came from the Monarch Palace? Did his mother and the others take away that island when they left the raging sea? In less than 100 seconds, when Xia Xiaochan saw a small wooden boat floating over from the blood pool, Han Fei immediately said, "Let's go." It wasn't until the two of them stood on the wooden boat that Xia Xiaochan said, "Is this very similar to the one you told me?" Han Fei nodded. "It's not just similar. I want to say, it's exactly the same." Han Fei looked up at the rock body hanging down from the ceiling. There were murals in some places, which depicted a man with a human head and a snake body. In the water, a group of blood muds quickly surrounded them. Xia Xiaochan frowned. Bugs. Don't touch it. Just attack it with your soul. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, blood mud. Introduction: this is a plankton that feeds on rotten poison and blood. Even high temperatures and poisons can't kill them. Their bodies can withstand high temperatures. Their poison sacs are even effective on venerable level creatures. Once the blood mud is stuck to your body, it will turn into a pool of blood, turn into poison, and fuse into the body of the person who is stuck. 2. They won't leave until all the energy in the person is drained. Level, greater than 79. Quality rare. Contained spiritual energy, greater than 7,943 points. Edible effect inedible. Collectible, blood poison. Absorbable. Remarks, group creatures. The greater the noise, the easier it is to attract their attention. Hanfei gasped when he saw the information of the blood muds. The blood muds he saw on the Forbidden Island weren't so strong. On the Forbidden Island, the blood muds were only law enforcers. As for these blood muds, they were already peak-level explorers, and some were even half-venerables, crossing more than a realm. Hanfei was lost for words. Did the difference in environment cause the difference in the realm of these creatures? Of course, unlike the Forbidden Island, where Hanfei dug down from the ground, in this place, he had to go through 3 difficulties. If he understood it from this level, it would be easy to explain. Hanfei said, "Next, let's see if there is a bronze door." Last time, Hanfei found the dragon bones at the bronze door. This time, the layout was basically the same. In theory, the bronze door should also exist. Hanfei controlled the infinity water to strangle the blood muds. Along the way, the wooden boat passed 2 small islands. Far away, Hanfei finally saw a huge bronze door standing in front of him. Under the bronze gate, beside the blood pool, a group of people was trying to walk towards the bronze gate. At this moment, Hanfei understood everything. Why didn't these people come out? He thought that there would be a lot of fighting below. He even waited for 2 days before coming down. But it turned out that it made no difference whether he came down earlier or later. At this moment, a half-king of the 100 demon race raised his spear and threw it at Hanfei. It was so powerful that the ground under Hanfei's feet collapsed. Hanfei's eyes turned cold. He had used this trick before. "Are you trying to trick me?" Hanfei grabbed the embroidery needle with both hands and thrust it at the blood pool. The spear thrown by the half-king was shattered by Hanfei halfway. Seeing that Hanfei was so strong, the man immediately stood in front of the bronze gate and looked at Hanfei maliciously. However, to his surprise, when Hanfei's spear approached the shore, it twisted and was annihilated. Hanfei sneered and then looked at Xia Xiaochan. "Don't attack the people on that road. Fighting is forbidden here. Otherwise, the power will backfire on you. That person just now wanted to trick us because we just came." Xia Xiaochan nodded and made a throat-slitting gesture at the man. Hiss. Someone was lost for words. What an arrogant newcomer. Which heavenly palace is he from? Those who heard this shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen these 2 people before and did not know them. However, on this road, several groups of people changed their faces when they saw Hanfei and Xia Xiaochan. Among them, Song Kaiyuan and the others couldn't help but smile helplessly. These 2 are the last people we want to see. They just plundered our resources. Why are they here again? On the other side, Ice Snow Chuling, Hanfei's projection, Chu Yang, and Qin. You were all there. Moreover, they were closer to the front. Ice Snow Chuling was relieved that Hanfei's real body was here. Ever since she learned that Hanfei was the current immortal master of the Yinyang world, she somehow became dependent on him. In her eyes, no matter how many geniuses there were in the heavenly palace, none of them could become the master of the heavenly palace in the venerable realm. However, Hanfei could. He fought a king in the venerable realm and slaughtered a half-king like crushing shrimp. Originally, when the four of them arrived and saw so many half-kings here, not to mention Chu Yang and Qin Yu, even Ice Snow Chuling's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, Han Fei's projection was here. Of course, the projection also had such memories. Therefore, it guided them all the way to their current position. The last group of people was by Muling and Situ Yuhong. The moment they saw Han Fei, they knew that the woman who had completely changed her appearance was Princess Mingzhu. Seeing that someone was trying to attack the princess, Bai Muling wanted to fly into a rage on the spot. However, Situ Yuhong said via voice transmission, "Stay calm. Do you want to be beaten?" Bai Muling. Han Fei stood at the bow of the small wooden boat, waved his hand, grabbed the blood, and turned it into a knife. He said indifferently, "Who wants to try again? I don't mind sending him to hell." Those people had never seen such an arrogant person. As a newcomer, shouldn't he be wondering what kind of place this was? Challenging everyone right away? How conceited was this person? However, Han Fei was already in front of him. At this time it would be difficult to stop him, because most people were already under pressure on that road. At this time, if they wanted to attack Han Fei, they had to leave the trial road first, and then walk it again. Therefore, this was not the time to fight him. If they really wanted to fight, they would have a chance once this secret realm was broken. Swish. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan stood on the island in the middle of the pool, they put away the small wooden boat. In fact, he still had many small wooden boats. Many of them were the small wooden boats he had snatched from another blood pool. There were few small wooden boats here, so they were naturally precious. In fact, these people were also very smart. They knew that it was not easy to come to the center of the blood pool. Without a small wooden boat, they could not cross. Therefore, as soon as they came, they put away their boats. Therefore, Han Fei didn't find an opportunity to destroy and snatch other people's boats. Perhaps similar things had happened to these people before. Because of his previous experience, Han Fei thought that the real opportunity might be in an independent small world below the blood pool. Today, when he used the vast ocean navigator for the third time, Han Fei wanted it to point to the location of the opportunity, but the vast ocean navigator pointed directly at the bronze door. Han Fei frowned. Do I have to go through this trial to find the treasure? At this moment, Xiao Xiaochan was also looking at the T-shaped painting on the bronze door. It was exactly the same as what Han Fei had seen before. Xiao Xiaochan reminded him, look, this road is very unusual. Xiao Xiaochan pointed at the road, covered with a shallow layer of water and emitting a faint red mist. Han Fei said, be careful. When you step on the road, you'll be subject to powerful pressure, probably from a monarch. Huh? A monarch? Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but look at Han Fei, wondering why there was a monarch here. Han Fei said, the aura of the monarch is reflected on the bronze door. This trial should be conducted with the pressure of a monarch. Looking at this road, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. When he was on the Forbidden Island, there was dragon essence energy here. Now, the road in front of him was like a long pool with a shallow layer of water. It looked crystal clear, but the aura it emitted was light red. Before Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan walked in, they couldn't feel what the red mist was. Therefore, Han Fei glanced at Xia Xiaochan and said, let's go to the front first. The moment Han Fei landed on the island, many people were waiting to laugh at him. This time, those who could appear here were all half-kings. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were only peak-level venerables. Someone laughed secretly. These two people would probably kneel on the ground. After taking 2 steps, someone looked at the two of them mockingly. Even the person who attacked them just now looked at them as if he were watching a show. Han Fei ignored their gazes and said to Xia Xiaochan, "This path is about the Dao heart. How firm your Dao heart is determines how far you can go." Xia Xiaochan said, "Let's step on it first." Han Fei agreed. Only by experiencing it would he know how difficult this path was. The moment one of their feet landed, they felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on their heads. This was a monarch's might. Just the pressure from the portrait on the door was enough to make many half-kings unable to move. Huh? Why do I smell alcohol? Although Han Fei's body sank, it wasn't so heavy that he couldn't move. What caught Han Fei's attention was that the opportunities here should have nothing to do with dragon essence energy. Why was there a fragrance of wine here? Xia Xiaochan's situation was similar to Han Fei's, but she was pleasantly surprised. This pressure can help me break through, Han Fei said, but you still have to walk to the front. This road is 3,000 meters long. I'm afraid you have to walk 2,000 meters to achieve the effect of helping you break through. Han Fei said 2,000 meters, but he saw that the person at the front was Wu Hao, who had made a deal with Han Fei. Not far behind him, about 5 or 6 meters away, Han Fei saw Bai Tangxian of the Infinity World standing there, motionless. Wu Hao was about 1,800 meters away. Creak. When Han Fei and the others were on this road, Wu Hao raised his foot and took a step forward with difficulty. In fact, Wu Hao was not alone. Almost every moment, someone was treading forward. They were just moving slowly. At this speed, even if Han Fei waited outside for another 5 or 6 days, there might not be much noise here. Han Fei glanced around. The location of his clone and ice snow Chuling was about 1,300 meters away. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong were about 1,700 meters, not much behind Wu Hao and the others. Song Kaiyuan and the others averaged about 1,500. Among these people, only Jian Hui was in the same position as Bai Tangxian. Han Fei wasn't familiar with the others. However, those who participated in the Battle of the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree that day basically walked more than 1,500 meters. Ice Snow Chuling and the others must have come late. This could be determined by the frequency of the movements. Basically, when Wu Hao took 1 step, Ice Snow Chuling could walk 3 steps. Of course, Han Fei had already seen the difficulty of this trial, so he was mentally prepared. Under the gaze of many people, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan began to walk on foot. The two of them seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. On average, they walked 7 or 8 steps every second. Hiss! Someone exclaimed, "How is it possible? Even though they are at the back, these two people are too fast." Someone was dumbfounded. They're only 2 peak-level venerables. Who are they? Someone sighed. It seems that he's a top heavenly talent of the 36 mystic worlds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it so easily. Under the surprised gazes of many people, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan walked almost 400 meters without slowing down 100 seconds later. After 200 seconds, the two of them almost synchronized and walked 800 meters without slowing down. Halfway through, Han Fei reminded her, "Girl, after crossing 1,000 meters, the pressure must be at a completely different level. You can feel it. First, After another 50 seconds, when Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan crossed 1,000 meters, almost everyone looked at them. Even Wu Hao, who was at the front, couldn't help but be shocked. These two people were so fast. Their speed was much faster than his. Bai Tingxian frowned slightly and thought, where did these two come from? Are there these two people in the 36 mystic worlds? After 1,000 meters, both Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan felt that the pressure on them suddenly doubled. This doubling was enough to make it difficult for many people to move. Even Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, who could take 7 or 8 steps in one breath just now, could only take 1 or 2 steps in one breath now. However, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's speed was still extraordinary. It only took them about 500 seconds to catch up with Ice Snow Chuling and the others. Ice Snow Chuling was speechless. Was this path really that simple to walk? She could also walk step by step. She even felt that as long as she took it slow, she would definitely pass the 1,500-meter checkpoint in half a day. At this time tomorrow, she might even reach 1,700 meters. However, after seeing the speed of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Was she really a top heavenly talent? People kept saying that she was a heavenly talent, but in fact, there was always someone better. Heavenly talents were always relative. About 4 hours later, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan both crossed 1,500 meters. At this time, the pressure on them increased again. This time, Xia Xiaochan blushed, and her breath was not so smooth. After all, Xia Xiaochan was only a peak-level venerable. It was already very rare for her to reach this level. How many half-kings couldn't go so far? Han Fei felt the pressure increase again. There was even a strong smell of alcohol in the air. Even he felt a little dizzy. Han Fei thought to himself, could it be that the treasure this time isn't dragon essence, but wine? When did wine become a treasure? And it attracted so many super strong cultivators? Xia Xiaochan said, you go ahead first. I feel that I have to adapt to it. The pressure here is just right, and the wine contains majestic energy. Maybe I can make a breakthrough with it. Han Fei asked, do you want to stay here? Or do you want to keep moving forward and consider the breakthrough? Xia Xiaochan said, I'll take it slow and stay here to get used to it. My blood is shaking a little. It won't do me any good if I force myself to move forward. Han Fei nodded slightly. In that case, I'll wait for you. Xia Xiaochan said, no, keep going. What if the treasure is taken away by the people in front? Then he heard Xia Xiaochan say, don't worry. There are many mermen here. If anything happens, all the mermen will come to my rescue. If you take the treasure and have the nautical device, it will be easy for you to find me. Han Fei agreed with her. After all, Xia Xiaochan's identity was special. If she really made it public, who in the entire merman race would dare to neglect her? Thinking of this, Han Fei immediately said, then I'll go first. If I disappear for no reason, don't panic. I might have found the treasure. With that, Han Fei continued to walk forward. Among all the heavenly talents here, Han Fei was much stronger than others in strength, bloodline level, and life level. Besides, Han Fei's Dao heart had always been firm. He wasn't afraid of the monarch's might at all. At this time, when everyone was slightly relieved to see that Xia Xiaochan had stopped, they saw Han Fei move again. Although each step took him several seconds, it was still extremely fast. Han Fei's qi and blood were surging, and his speed gradually increased again. 2 hours passed. At this moment, Wu Hao had already walked 1,800 meters. The Sword God Palace's Jian Hui and the Infinity World's Beitang Xian followed closely behind. Further back, the positions had completely changed. Behind Jian Hui, Han Fei had already stepped forward. The distance between the two was only 2 or 3 meters. Perhaps stimulated by Han Fei, a strong master of the supreme clearness world began to speed up and try to catch up. Logically speaking, someone who could reach this position was at least a character like Ji Chen. The fact that this disciple of the supreme clearness world was here showed that his potential was not inferior to Ji Chen. Jian Hui didn't notice Han Fei, but Beitang Xian turned his head and looked at Han Fei with difficulty. "Who are you?" Han Fei ignored Beitang Xian. "Is there something wrong with my brain? Why should I tell you who I am?" Being ignored, Beitang Xian narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had been ignored. He guessed that although this person didn't say it, he must be a hidden top powerhouse of some heavenly palace. However, Beitang Xian did not panic at all. Without fame, it was not easy to be in the limelight. Fame came from fighting. This person had already attracted the attention of many people. He didn't think Han Fei could live long without help after they got out of here. A moment later, Han Fei surpassed Jian Hui and Beitang Xian. An hour later, Han Fei and Wu Hao were in the same place. But Wu Hao's expression was cold and calm as he stood still and quietly looked at the bronze door. Han Fei knew that he was accumulating power. After Han Fei stood here, he stood next to Wu Hao for a while and then looked up at the bronze door. When Han Fei looked at the portrait of the monarch on the bronze door again, he was still a little shocked. If he stared, that portrait seemed to have magic power. The more he looked at it, the greater pressure he felt. Han Fei diverted his attention and couldn't help but say to Wu Hao, "You've been standing here for a long time and haven't taken more than a few steps. You have to work harder. If you really can't make it, take in more alcohol." Han Fei didn't dislike Wu Hao. The Chaos World could have a place in the 13 worlds in the inner domain, without colluding with other heavenly palaces. At least, Han Fei had a good feeling about it. The alcohol that Han Fei was talking about was the shallow layer of water under his feet. The water was filled with the strong smell of alcohol, which made Han Fei's blood surge. Han Fei really wondered if those people robbed the wine warehouse of the monarch back then. Was the so-called treasure the monarch's wine cellar? Wu Hao still closed his eyes and ignored Han Fei. Just as Han Fei rested and was about to move on, he heard Wu Hao's voice, "The door is about to open. Don't act rashly." Han Fei was stunned. "Can this door open?" Wu Hao said, "Once a day." Han Fei immediately stood still and said to Xia Shaochan telepathically, "Pay attention to this bronze door. It can be opened once a day." The big guy next to me said not to make a breakthrough now. Xia Shaochan paused and immediately replied, "Okay." Han Fei thought to himself, "Anyway, I'm now tied with Wu Hao. Let me see what this bronze door looks like. Since this door is going to open, I'll just wait." The bronze door hadn't opened yet, and Han Fei was absorbing the alcohol. The strong smell of alcohol contained great energy. Unlike the dragon essence energy he had obtained back then, this energy was used to temper the body. Also, when Han Fei secretly activated the purity mystic body, he could clearly feel his progress in the cultivation, which meant that the energy was Extremely pure. It was said that wine was the essence of grain. Although Han Fei didn't like it, he knew that if he cultivated here, not only would his strength recover to the half-king realm in less than half a year, but he might even reach the limit of the half-king realm. About half an hour later, when Han Fei was swallowing the alcohol, a cracking sound suddenly came. The bronze door slowly opened a crack from the outside to the inside. Han Fei's eyes were wide open. He didn't know if he had drunk too much alcohol, or if his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he tried to open his eyes and look through the crack of the door, he only saw a blur in front of him. Logically speaking, this was impossible for a strong master like Han Fei. Buzz. When the bronze door opened about a foot, a red light rushed out of the door. Han Fei and Wu Hao bore the brunt. When this energy rushed over, Han Fei felt that his body was instantly filled. An inexplicable power was slowly transforming his body. Unfortunately, compared to the resources and cultivation speed he had, this was only a small fortune. It could probably save him 2 months of cultivation. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei felt that the demon purification pot was also absorbing the energy. A large amount of energy surged into Han Fei's wrist, but it didn't enter his body. It must have entered the demon purification pot. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle roared, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, this is not ordinary power, but the pure power of the great Tao. It has the initial and most fundamental form of spiritual energy. This monarch. Preaching?" Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei immediately absorbed the power of the great Tao with all his strength, so did the old turtle himself. After about 10 breaths, when everyone was still immersed in the impact of this power, the bronze door slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its previous closed state. The old turtle said, "It's a pity that the time is too short. If I had such an opportunity back then, I might have been stronger when I was a venerable. Maybe I could have broken through to the sky-opening realm." Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you kidding me?" The old turtle nodded. "Of course not. It's very rare to hear a monarch preach. I've only heard of the preachings of gods, but not of a monarch." Han Fei asked, "Wait, preaching? What is preaching?" The old turtle said, "It's the lecture of the gods. If you can be influenced, often you can dig out your potential and even improve your bloodline level. Unfortunately, the time is too short. You've only absorbed a small amount of the power of the great Tao. You can try to disassemble the spiritual energy with this power of the great Tao. Perhaps it will be very helpful." Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei asked in confusion, "Disassemble it here?" The old turtle said, "Well, if you disassemble spiritual energy here, others may copy you. You don't want that, do you?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious? Half of the enemy forces are here. How can I be so generous? Do you think the others don't know how to use this energy?" The old turtle said, "If they have heard the preaching of gods, they can definitely use it. But do you think they have?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Bullshit. How can there be gods in the 36 mystic worlds?" Han Fei, according to Wu Hao, the gate should open every other day. In that case, I'll walk forward, cross 2,000 meters, and distance myself from them. Then the people behind can't see what I'm doing. While others were feeling the pleasure of the great Tao, Han Fei took 3 steps forward. Many people looked at Han Fei in surprise. The power of the great Tao is so pure. Why don't you stop and enjoy it? Wu Hao was also slightly surprised. This person's resistance was so strong that it was rare in the world. It was impossible for him to survive under this terrifying pressure if his physique and soul power weren't strong enough. Now, Wu Hao saw Han Fei stride forward in one breath. What did this mean? It meant that this person's physique was much stronger than his. Wu Hao couldn't help but turn around and look at the holy child, Xuezhan, who had actually fallen behind. And this person seemed to be a hidden heavenly talent of a certain world. While walking, Han Fei said, "Girl, don't use the power of the great Tao in your body. It can be used to disassemble spiritual energy. You can secretly stuff it into Master Hexagon's body, but don't let it steal it. Don't try to disassemble spiritual energy first, in case others see it." Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up and she nodded. How did Han Fei know these secrets? She had thought that this pure power of the great Tao was only used to improve her physique and serve as a cultivation energy. It turned out that this power could be used to disassemble spiritual energy. At this moment, Han Fei continued to walk forward. To be honest, Han Fei was overjoyed. In spiritual energy disassembling, he was still a little away from 90%. If he could make a breakthrough now, it would be great, even if his spiritual energy disassembling degree could only increase by 1 or 2%. Han Fei walked forward. When he walked less than 30 meters, a spiritual energy vortex suddenly formed behind him. Countless ultra-quality spiritual stones were spinning and energy was surging. A woman had actually broken through her bottleneck in cultivation. After this person, another woman broke through the bottleneck too. Han Fei recalled that these two women seemed to be twin sisters. They had also appeared in the Heavenly Imperial contest. They seemed to be called Gu Yuan and Gu Yul. Hearing their names, he knew that they were from the Sanskrit music world. At this moment, someone cupped his hands. Sister Yuan and Sister Yul. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Someone asked curiously, Sister Yuan, can this energy help you make a breakthrough? Gu Yuan replied to everyone, this power is quite compatible with the music cultivation method of our Sanskrit music world. I didn't expect to make a breakthrough. What Gu Yuan meant was that she could break through because her great Tao was compatible with this energy. As for the specific reason, they didn't know. However, the curious people were all geniuses. They were also thinking, but why did they break through in a row? Han Fei thought to himself, it's most likely that one of them found part of the use of the pure power of the great Tao, so they made a breakthrough. However, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. It would still be quite a while before the next time the door opened. He had plenty of time. He would just cross 2,000 meters first. With the motivation to cultivate, Han Fei had to go forward. In less than 4 hours, he had reached the 2,000-meter checkpoint. At this moment, not only was Wu Hao looking at Han Fei, but also Bei Tangxian of the Infinity World, Xia Hai of the Golden Crow World, Song Hongyu of the Dragon Subduing World, Song Kaiyuan of the Supreme Mystic World, Li Kaitian of the Immeasurability World, Jian Hui of the Sword God World, Lu Ran of the Glazed Glass World, Bai Muling of the Merman Race, and Situ Yu Hong. These people also wanted to know what it was like 2,000 meters away. Among them, Bai Muling and Situ Yu Hong had already crossed the 1,800-meter line. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Muling said, what do you think will happen to him later? Situ Yu Hong said, I think he's fine. Have you forgotten how strong he was when he showed his strength? I think we can even reach 2,000 meters, let alone. This guy. Bai Muling shrugged helplessly. That's true. And the princess seems to be using the pressure to sharpen herself and wants to make a breakthrough here. Situ Yuhong said, it's good to break through here. We can't attack each other on this road. The princess has a lot of resources and is protected by the hexagon starfish. No matter what, these people won't attack her. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Han Fei took a step forward. Buzz. After this step, Han Fei's body sank a little bit, and his waist and shoulders were slightly bent. Knock. Knock. Around Han Fei, the light red mist exploded, and his qi and blood appeared outside his body. At that moment, the invincible will appeared, condensed into a golden giant, and attached itself to Han Fei. Hiss. Behind them, many people sighed. Wu Hao was the first to be shocked. He was so surprised that he almost lost his voice. Is this the path of invincibility? Although many people had never seen the path of invincibility, they knew some legends about it from various historical records. Or rather, it was not a legend. Wu Hao knew that in the Chaos world, his junior uncle had also taken this path. It was said that someone had also taken this path in the Infinity world. However, the path of invincibility was ultimately an extremely rare path. As far as Wu Hao knew, in the entire Raging Sea, there were only 3 people in the 36 mystic worlds taking this path. He had never heard of anyone from the 100 Demons race, the Undersea Human race, and the Merman race taking this path. Finally, someone exclaimed, it's the road of invincibility. Who is he? Bei Tangxian narrowed his eyes. Among the 36 mystic worlds, only Wu Duoshu from the Supreme Clearness world, Chen Fenghua from the Chaos world, Emily Xinghen from the Infinity world have walked the path of invincibility. Bei Tangxian narrowed his eyes. First of all, this guy was definitely not Li Xinghen. This senior brother was in seclusion and his strength was infinitely close to a king. He was one of the most likely powerhouses to become a king in the Infinity world. It was even more impossible for him to be Chen Fenghua of the Chaos world. This person was a king. Because of his existence, Supreme Clearness and Infinity carefully protected their 2 cultivators who took the path of invincibility. After all, among the cultivators who took the path of invincibility, only one person would survive in the end. Bei Tangxian shook his head slightly. This person was not from the Supreme Clearness world either. The people of the Supreme Clearness world had always been arrogant, and this guy didn't seem to be of their style. Therefore, Bei Tangxian felt that perhaps another powerhouse who walked the path of invincibility had appeared in the 36 mystic worlds. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong looked at each other again, and Bai Muling said, it seems that we still underestimated him. No one who can walk this path is simple. However, there are several people who walk the path of invincibility in the 36 mystic worlds. I'm afraid he won't have an easy time in the future, right? Situ Yuhong said, but this guy doesn't seem to have just walked the path of invincibility. He can resist the attack of a king with one hand. Although I don't like this guy, the princess is quite good at picking a boyfriend. Bullshit. Don't you know what this fatty looks like? Is he as handsome as us? Situ Yuhong said, I'm talking about strength. Xia Xiaochan smiled. She had always been confident in Han Fei. He could survive even when he faced Chen Huangdian. Now, she didn't believe that anything could stump Han Fei. Ice Snow Chuling looked at the clone beside her and felt helpless, thinking. That's not all of Han Fei's strength. Han Fei still has a clone here. At this moment, Han Fei didn't feel good either. It was mainly because the pressure was too strong, and the invisible pressure was too heavy. It felt like he was walking on a jade stone bridge. Fortunately, it was not as exaggerated as the last time when his bones were broken and his entire body was bleeding. It must be because he was too weak at that time. Now, Han Fei didn't plan to use the power of the Great Tao to force his way forward. After all, the power of the Great Tao could only last for a limited time. If he moved forward now, it would be too dangerous if he couldn't hold on anymore. Therefore, relying on his physical strength to move forward step by step was the right choice. Of course, Han Fei knew that his current strength was incomplete. Han Fei said to Ice Snow Chuling telepathically, "I'll take back the power of the clone for now." Ice Snow Chuling responded in surprise, "But there are so many people here." "It's fine. I won't let others suspect me." Buzz. Just as everyone looked at Han Fei, Shuizhan, the holy child of the snow gods' temple, was suddenly wrapped by an ice lotus. Immediately, someone said in surprise, "The snow god's temple's ice snow lotus throne? Isn't this the sea-quelling bizarre treasure of Ice Snow Chuling? Why? Is it in Shuizhan's hands?" The ice snow lotus throne began to close. In the blink of an eye, it became an ice lotus flower bud. From then on, no one could sense the situation of Shuizhan. However, most people thought that the wave of great Tao energy just now must have triggered Shuizhan's strength and made him have to cultivate immediately. Xia Xiaochan, on the other hand, wondered if Han Fei had taken back the power of the clone. Thinking that Han Fei was even forced to take back the power of his clone. Crossing the 2,000 meters was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. Huff. When everyone paid attention to Shuizhan, Han Fei was greatly relieved. It felt good to have his strength back. The power of a half-king clone was strong. Even in Han Fei's current state, he could project no more than 5 half-kings. If he wanted to project a stronger half-king and reach the level of a heavenly talent, he could at most project 3 half-kings. Now that a part of his power had returned, Han Fei took a breath and continued forward. Han Fei took it for granted that he was ahead of everyone else. All in all, as Ice Snow Chuling said, he was the current immortal master of the Yin-Yang world, an existence on the same level as the kings of the 36 mystic worlds. If he lost in such a trial, how could he be the 9th immortal master? When the projection returned, it took Han Fei 6 hours to walk another 300 meters. At this moment, Wu Hao hadn't walked 2,000 meters yet. Han Fei sat cross-legged. Many people thought that Han Fei had reached his limit. But only Han Fei knew that they couldn't see everything clearly from the back. The power of the soul was ineffective here. Therefore, they had no idea what he was doing. So, after greeting the old turtle, Han Fei directly activated the power of the Great Tao in his body and began to disassemble the spiritual energy. He thought that disassembling spiritual energy was quite troublesome. At least, when Han Fei disassembled the spiritual energy with his power of will, it would take him months to make a 1% breakthrough. Besides, every time he accumulated a large amount of power of will, it would only increase by 4%. Or 5% before the power of will was exhausted. However, when Han Fei wanted to activate the pure power of the Great Tao to disassemble spiritual energy, he was surprised to find that this was the reversal process of disassembling spiritual energy. Han Fei saw that spiritual energy was gathering like mist. When the first wisp of spiritual power intertwined with the power of the great Tao, Han Fei vaguely saw a vortex fuse. At this critical moment, Han Fei had to fuse with his spiritual beasts. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei finally saw the tiny vortex clearly. However, the evolution process had already passed. Han Fei immediately extinguished the wisp of spiritual energy in his hand. In the next moment, Han Fei used thousands of wisps of power of the great Tao to construct spiritual energy and disassemble it. Then, thousands of vortexes appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Especially when the power of the great Tao and spiritual energy wanted to combine, the vortex produced gathered the power of his great Tao and spiritual energy, turning spiritual energy into his own spiritual energy. Han Fei fell into deep thought. Before, he disassembled the spiritual energy from the outside world. This time, he reconstructed the spiritual energy from the source. Just as Han Fei was about to continue watching how to reconstruct the power of the great Tao into a perfect point of spiritual energy, he suddenly found that the power of the great Tao in his body had been consumed. Huh? Removing the fusion, Han Fei immediately asked, "Old Yuan, how long have I been cultivating you?" "About 10 seconds. Han Fei. So short?" Han Fei couldn't help but feel it. When he found that his disassembling degree of spiritual energy had jumped to 96%, he couldn't help but gasp. F*CK, are you kidding me? F*CK. Han Fei was completely stunned. He had only cultivated for half an hour, but he already reached 96%? When did the disassembling of spiritual energy become so simple? Han Fei couldn't help but think, what was the old turtle's record? 95%. Originally, Han Fei thought that he would be lucky if he could reach a 95% spiritual energy disassembling degree when he returned to the yin-yang world. Who would have thought that after sensing a single wave of energy in front of the bronze door, his disassembling degree of spiritual energy directly surpassed that of the old turtle? The old turtle was also shocked and said excitedly, as expected of the preaching of a monarch, "I didn't see it before, but I didn't expect to have such an opportunity today. Han Fei, just wait here for him to continue to preach. If the door can be opened once a day, this door will be opened 9 times more." Unexpectedly, the old turtle was also excited to see Han Fei's situation. He was now recultivating. If he could comprehend the secret of disassembling spiritual energy, he would be even stronger when he became a king again. Seeing that the old turtle was so excited, Han Fei immediately said to Xia Xiaochan telepathically, "Girl, don't let the big starfish swallow the power of the great Tao you absorb. Or, you can show your identity." Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei in surprise and replied, "If I reveal my identity, won't everyone know me? It doesn't matter. After all, our identities are suspicious. Besides, even if others know, so what? I can still go out as Shuizhan." Xia Xiaochan knew that Han Fei certainly had a way to get out. At least, at the moment, no one knew that he and the Holy Child were the same person except for Ice Snow Chuling. Xia Xiaochan nodded. Got it. Although he knew that the bronze door would open again, Han Fei still walked forward. Han Fei knew that with every step forward, he could absorb more power of the great Tao. He didn't know it before, but now that he knew, he didn't mind giving the old turtle a share. He even wanted Nyener and his men to have a share too. However, this power of the great Tao was not something that anyone could withstand. Therefore, although Han Fei had the intention, he couldn't help them. Finally, when Han Fei reached 2,400 meters, once again he felt that the pressure on him was too heavy. He needed to rest here for a while. Behind Han Fei, Wu Hao, who had been brewing for several hours, had already arrived at the mark of 2,000 meters. Some other heavenly talents were with him. However, Wu Hao looked at this mark for a long time and did not make a decision immediately. On the other hand, Song Hongyu couldn't wait any longer. The aura in his body surged, and it was as if an azure dragon was roaring in his body. Boom. When Song Hongyu crossed the 2,000-meter mark, he knelt on the ground with a thud. He tried his best to support himself with his hands on the ground and couldn't even raise his head. Roar. Sizzle. Sizzle. Song Hongyu struggled to get up with all his might. However, everyone only saw that the battle suit on his body was slightly torn. Blood spread out of his body, and there were cracks on his body. Hiss. Seeing this scene, almost everyone gasped. Was this 2,000-meter mark so terrifying? No one thought that Song Hongyu was incapable. Those who really knew Song Hongyu knew that his combat style was extremely domineering. He could easily kill an azure dragon, and his physique was also extraordinary. Among the 36 mystic worlds, he was one of the best. But now, it was only a step away, but it made it so difficult for Song Hongyu to pass it. How could the others not be shocked? When Song Hongyu tried his best to adjust his posture and sit down, no one saw the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. No one would know how heavy the pressure was until he arrived here, but this was a very good tempering for his strength. Everyone looked from Song Hongyu to Han Fei. Even Song Hongyu was kneeling here, but the guy in front had walked 2,400 meters. Although he was also sitting cross-legged, he looked much better than Song Hongyu. Someone couldn't help but ask, does anyone know who that guy is? However, no one answered this question because no one knew him at all. When Wu Hao saw Song Hongyu's condition, he made a judgment in his heart. He still did not move. He was waiting for the power of the great Tao to help him completely refine his golden body. This was because he discovered that this great Tao was actually similar to the insights that Shuizhan had given him. This attempt was greatly beneficial and there was hope for him to finish refining his golden body. Then, Li Kai Tian of the immeasurability world crossed the 2,000-meter barrier. He was almost in a horse stance, but he managed to hold on. Seeing this, Bai Tangshan of the infinity world also rushed over. Although he was not as miserable as Song Hongyu, he was not far from it. If not for his hands, he would have knelt on the ground in minutes. Then, by mewling, Situ Yuhong, a shark and a crab from the 100-demon race, and a few experts of the undersea human race all crossed the 2,000-meter barrier. As a result, they were basically all sitting on the 2,000-meter line. Even if someone could go further, they were unwilling to move. They could only wait for the power of the great Tao to come again and continue to improve their physique and advance their cultivation. When everyone who should cross the 2,000-meter barrier crossed it, there were only 4 hours left before the next time the bronze door opened. At this moment, a starfish appeared on the ground beside Xia Xiaochan. Ah! As soon as the hexagon starfish came out, he screamed crazily, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. It's too scary. I can't bear this pain. Help. Buzz. Almost instantly, all the merman powerhouses present looked at Xia Xiaochan. Someone exclaimed, "It's the hexagon starfish. This is the princess." Oh my god. I always thought that the princess didn't come. It turns out that she has changed her identity. Someone was surprised. Attention, everyone. Try to get close to her. Highness. Xia Xiaochan, on the other hand, glanced at the hexagon starfish angrily. If you scream again, I'll cook you. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes were rolling. I really can't hold on anymore. Xia Xiaochan said, then just stay here and wait for the bronze door to open. And absorb the power of the great Tao. If you dare to steal mine, I'll take all your treasures. The hexagon starfish was dumbfounded, and his 6 big eyes froze. He immediately said, "Impossible, the starfish won't steal." The starfish didn't touch a drop of that power. Yes, not a drop. Xia Xiaochan said, "I'm not kidding. These powers are very important. I don't know how to use them, and neither do you. Save them first. When we get out, Han Fei will tell us how to use them." The hexagon starfish said, "I know, but the pressure is so strong. I really can't go any further. It's too tiring." The corners of Xia Xiaochan's mouth curled up slightly. "It's fine if you don't go forward. Look, there are half-kings all around. There are human forces, 100 demons, and underwater humans. If anything happens, don't blame me for not being able to save you." The hexagon starfish rolled his big eyes and said, "It can't be dangerous. Right? There are so many mermen." Xia Xiaochan said, "If there's really danger, they will definitely save me first. If you're not with me, how can they save you?" The hexagon starfish. After much consideration, the hexagon starfish said, "I think I can take 2 more steps forward. Although it's very tiring, I have an array." As a special mysterious creature, the hexagon starfish was sensitive to pressure, but his degree of fear was obviously different from other creatures. Perhaps it was because this fellow's life level was relatively high and he was extremely rare, or perhaps he was self-hypnotizing and pretending that there was nothing here. When Xia Xiaochan reached 1,800 meters, the hexagon starfish could still follow her, but Xia Xiaochan was panting. She knew that if she didn't become a half-king, her limit should be here. On the other hand, the hexagon starfish could follow them? Xia Xiaochan was speechless. She knew that he was talented, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Not long after Xia Xiaochan stopped, she heard creaks again. Everyone perked up and looked at the bronze door. On the other side, Chu Yang reminded Ice Snow Chuling, "Holy Lady Chuling, are we really not going to wake up Master Holy Child?" "No need. The Holy Child's cultivation path is different from ours. His comprehension might be an epiphany, which is no worse than this opportunity." Chu Yang and Qin Yu both understood. It turned out that they had taken different paths. No wonder Master Holy Child went into seclusion here. In front of everyone, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes and shouted in his heart, "Fuse!" The moment the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes was activated, what he saw just now was a blurry scene. He couldn't see anything else. But Han Fei thought to himself, "Last time I saw something. This time I'm even closer. I should be able to see something, right?" Buzz. When the door crack slowly opened, a large amount of white light was revealed. A massive amount of power of the great Tao rushed over. Although Han Fei's eyes were a little blurry, he seemed to see a vague figure sitting. Huff. The power of the great Tao instantly filled Han Fei's body. Han Fei hurriedly channeled part of his power into forge the universe. However, Han Fei only had time to absorb 2 parts of the power before the door began to slowly close with a creak. This time, Han Fei didn't deactivate the yin-yang divine eyes. As the saying went, take advantage of the heat to strike iron. He used the power of the great Tao to reverse the disassembling of spiritual energy. If anyone was around Han Fei, they would see that the void in front of him was filled with the power of the great Tao, which formed countless weak and tiny vortexes. In the end, with the experience last time, Han Fei saw the formation of a dot. This time, however, the dot still lacked spiritual energy and couldn't form a complete drop of spiritual energy. A moment later, Han Fei's spiritual energy disassembling degree had reached 97%. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. At this speed, why should I use the power of will to deduce the disassembling of spiritual energy? Isn't it better for me to use it to improve my strength? Some people improved their strength from the sea establishment realm to the sky opening realm with the power of will. And he wasn't that greedy. He just needed to break through from the peak of the venerable realm to the half-king realm. That would be enough. Because the bronze door would only open every other day, Han Fei continued to move forward. The old turtle said that resisting such pressure mainly relied on one's firm Tao heart. As for himself, his Tao heart was quite firm now, because Han Fei saw infinite hope and was more determined than others. Therefore, when the bronze door opened again, Han Fei had walked 2,500 meters away, only 500 meters away from the bronze door. On this day, Han Fei saw that spiritual energy actually had cores too, but after the cores were formed, they would integrate themselves into the spiritual energy. Another day, Han Fei advanced more than 50 meters. This time, he saw that with the power of the great Tao as the core, a complete drop of spiritual energy was formed. This proved that his previous guess was correct. In other words, any point of spiritual energy contained the power of the great Tao. Disassembling spiritual energy was actually disassembling the power of the great Tao. Using the disassembled spiritual energy was to release the complete power of the great Tao in this drop of spiritual energy. Because the power of the great Tao was completely released, the power that erupted from one point of spiritual energy had far exceeded that of ordinary people. At the same time, this could also prove one thing: the method for ordinary people to disassemble spiritual energy might not necessarily be correct. It was just that they accidentally used the power of the great Tao separately. Figuring out all this, Han Fei found that his disassembling degree of spiritual energy had reached 99%. Han Fei didn't expect this at all. And this was the only place in the entire land of King Death that might be related to the monarch palace. If he really went to the imperial palace, wouldn't he become a king as long as he didn't die? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder why there were suddenly more than 100 kings 100 years ago. Why did those people still want to explore this monarch palace? The fundamental reason was that they had obtained too many benefits from the monarch palace. The disassembling of spiritual energy was only one aspect. This pure power of the great Tao could be used to cultivate combat skills, improve one's physique, and comprehend great techniques. It could be said to be infinitely useful. However, what made Han Fei curious was why the spiritual energy disassembling degree had only reached 99%. Where did the last 1% come from? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, you said before that only a Monarch spiritual energy disassembling degree can reach 99%. Then what am I? Now? The old turtle said leisurely, I'm also confused about this matter. However, that's what I know. I've never heard of someone who can disassemble spiritual energy by 99% when he was still a venerable. Han Fei said in a low voice, even if he reaches this height, or even 100%. Will he tell you? The old turtle said, it does seem to be a mystery. The old turtle was also confused. He had also obtained the power of the great Tao and disassembled the spiritual energy. The result was similar to Han Fei's, so he was also stunned. Now, Han Fei had a special feeling. When he completely understood the structure and birth of spiritual energy, he thought that the secrets of spiritual energy could be explored. The last 1% might hide a bigger secret. On the 5th day, Han Fei moved another 100 meters forward. At this moment, it was extremely difficult to even sit. When the power of the great Tao rushed over, Han Fei reconstructed the spiritual energy one last time. Through each reconstruction, he could perfectly disassemble all the spiritual energy. However, in the end, he could not go further and continue to improve the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't care about the old turtle anymore. This guy didn't know much more than he did now. The remaining 1% could only be comprehended by him himself. To be honest, the composition of the spiritual energy was similar to the composition of atoms, but also very different. Han Fei wasn't sure. Han Fei thought hard for another day, waiting for the power of the great Tao to erupt when the bronze door opened. Wait. Han Fei froze for a moment. Why did he have to wait for the power of the great Tao behind the bronze door? He had many great Taos and a lot power of the great Tao. Why did he have to use the power of the great Tao behind the bronze door? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled. His eyes glittered. Immediately, a holy power of the great Tao appeared on Han Fei's body. This was the power of the heaven enlightenment great Tao. Han Fei constructed a spiritual energy vortex in the same way and created the power of the great Tao into spiritual energy. Immediately, holy white light appeared on Han Fei's body. Behind him, Wu Hao and the others were the closest to him, but they were only 600 meters away from Han Fei. After 2,000 meters, they couldn't catch up at all. The pressure was too terrifying. At this moment, seeing the surging holy light on Han Fei, everyone looked at him curiously. Unfortunately, the two sides were always a distance apart. They didn't know what Han Fei was doing or what benefits he had gained. Han Fei, on the other hand, ignored the others and continued to experiment. No, this method only enhances the effect of the heaven enlightenment great Tao. It can't make up for the last 1%. Han Fei tried the road of invincibility again, and a ball of dazzling golden light burst out of his body. Han Fei felt that he could give invincible power to spiritual energy, so that every wisp of spiritual energy would be extremely tough, penetrative, offensive, and so on. At this point, Han Fei understood why he had to study the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. It was because when he completely understood this power, he could double the strength of his great Tao. In particular, for Han Fei, who had many great Taos, comprehending the disassembling degree of spiritual energy could be said to raise all his combat power to the limit. Han Fei believed that his current strength would be 30% stronger than before if he tried his best. Han Fei even felt that if he hadn't been limited by his current strength, he could have fought a king without using the power of the great Tao to strengthen himself. Although he was excited, Han Fei's comprehension couldn't increase his spiritual energy disassembling to 100%, because he didn't know what else could be deduced. After thinking for a long time, Han Fei didn't get anything. He did many tests alone at the front, making the people of the major forces behind him look at each other, wondering what Han Fei had learned. On the 6th day, Han Fei suddenly looked back and saw that Xia Xiaochan was surrounded by countless ultra-quality spiritual stones and spiritual fruits. A spiritual energy storm rose above Xia Xiaochan's head. Huff. At this moment, it seemed that all the forces were surrounding Xia Xiaochan. When Han Fei saw that the people around Xia Xiaochan had all become strong mermen, he knew that her breakthrough this time would be a success. However, when Han Fei saw the endless spiritual energy entering Xia Xiaochan's body, he couldn't help but sigh. Everyone consumed spiritual energy every day. But only now did I finally understand spiritual energy. Han Fei looked back at the bronze door, coldly. In front of him, the vast ocean navigator began to spin. When the vast ocean navigator pointed at the bronze door, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Do you want me to die?" Han Fei asked in his heart, "Where can I get a way to disassemble spiritual energy by 100%? The purpose of this question was just to see if there was an answer to the last 1% of spiritual energy disassembling in this bronze door. Han Fei smiled bitterly. In that moment, he proved the validity of his suspicions. The old turtle was only an emperor, and there were many things that emperors didn't know. For example, the old turtle thought that even for monarchs, the spiritual energy disassembling degree could only reach 95% or so, but Han Fei immediately found it was wrong. The person inside could absolutely reach 100%. Otherwise, the vast ocean navigator wouldn't have pointed to the bronze door. After confirming that there was an answer in the bronze door, Han Fei immediately took out the 9-palace luck ruler. However, to Han Fei's surprise, he was already prepared to encounter an impasse. However, the result of the luck ruler was actually greatly auspicious. Shoot! Han Fei was dumbfounded. This was the first time since he got the 9-palace luck ruler that he had got the result of greatly auspicious. Han Fei's eyes lit up. This meant that he could enter this door. The old turtle asked, "Greatly auspicious? Are you going in?" Han Fei said, "Of course. The divination result shows that I can enter. There is a great opportunity inside. I have to enter. Old Yuan, remember not to make a sound if there are special circumstances." The old turtle nodded. "Got it." Han Fei said to Xia Xiaochan, "Girl, don't be surprised, no matter what happens." Later, Xia Xiaochan asked, "What are you doing?" Han Fei said, "I'm going into the gate." Xia Xiaochan was stunned. Everyone else was stuck at about 2,000 meters, but you've already reached 2,600 meters, and now you even want to enter the gate? Xia Xiaochan asked, "How dangerous is it?" Han Fei said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Have you forgotten that I have the luck ruler?" Hearing the words luck ruler, Xia Xiaochan was slightly relieved. "Then I'll wait for you outside." Han Fei said to Ice Snow Chuling telepathically, "I'll disappear later. If anything happens while I'm away, remember to take the Ice Snow Lotus throne with you. You can put it into your storage space." Han Fei wasn't worried that something would go wrong if Ice Snow Chuling did this. They carried small worlds with them. Although they were rare, it didn't Mean that they didn't exist. Ice Snow Chuling was surprised. How would Han Fei disappear? But she still agreed immediately. Okay. An hour later. Creak. When the bronze door opened again, a ray of light began to shine. With a bang, the air around Han Fei exploded. To everyone's astonishment, Han Fei suddenly stood up. Many people looked at each other in surprise. What was he doing? Wu Hao and the others, who were closest to him, felt that Han Fei's qi and blood were soaring crazily, and the surrounding light red alcohol mist was pouring into his body crazily. The water under their feet even began to flow backward. Squeak. Song Hongyu asked, "What is he doing? How can he stand up under such terrifying pressure?" Li Kaitian said, "Oh my God. Is this guy going to enter the door?" The group of people looked at Li Kaitian as if he were a fool. Someone directly mocked, "Are you stupid? It's difficult to even take a step forward. Although he's close to the front, he's still more than 400 meters away from the bronze door. Does he want to fly over?" Xia Hai said, "It's impossible. This bronze door can only be opened for 10 seconds a day. If he can move 10 steps forward in such a short time, I'll eat this door." Lu Ran said, "The people of the Golden Crow world are all braggarts." However, only Song Kaiyuan said leisurely, "I'm afraid Li Kaitian is right. This time." Huh? Just as everyone was wondering why Song Kaiyuan said this, they saw that the bronze door had opened to the maximum. Roar. When the power of the great Tao rushed over, Han Fei roared and the invincible golden body enveloped him. His strength had reached the peak and was comparable to a king. Bam! 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 Under the terrifying pressure, Han Fei began to run wildly. Hiss! At this moment, countless people were shocked. Bai Muling was dumbfounded. Wait. Situ, try hitting me. Is what I'm seeing real? Situ Yuhong sneered. It'll bounce back to me if I hit you. Do you think I'm stupid? Hit me and you'll know. Slap. Bai Muling slapped the water and sighed. This person is ridiculously strong. Those who don't know would think that he's a king. Xia Xiaochan was also confused. The hexagon starfish exclaimed, "Seriously? He can still run in this situation?" A great demon who had fought Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan felt cold sweat on his back. F*CK, should I run? I wonder if that guy holds a grudge against me? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Han Fei was sprinting. With every step he took, everyone felt as if a stone was smashing their hearts. In fact, Han Fei had already reached his fastest speed. He covered the first 200 meters in a breath. It took Han Fei 3 seconds to cover the third 100 meters. In the last 100 meters, Han Fei roared and burned his blood essence. He ran as fast as a child, but he already felt that he was flying. Crack. When the power of the great Tao no longer rushed out of the bronze door, Han Fei knew that the door was about to close. Han Fei's blood and qi burned again, illuminating the entire space with golden light. Swish. When the golden light disappeared and the door was closed, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. Li Kaitian's eyes widened. I was just joking. Who knew that he would take it seriously? Jianhui glanced at Li Kaitian. What does it have to do with you? Song Kaiyuan said leisurely, from the moment he stood up, I knew that something was wrong. At that moment, the spiritual energy around him was instantly changed. It was no longer spiritual energy, but the power of the Great Tao. He used his Great Tao to cover the last 400 meters. I finally understood why this person could withstand the attack of a king. It was because his Great Tao had such ability. Li Kaitian said, in simple terms. Song Kaiyuan snorted. When he uses his Great Tao, he's comparable to a king. Hiss. Song Kaiyuan's words frightened everyone. So we were robbed by a king? Lu Ran said, hey. Xia Hai, right? I heard that you want to eat the bronze door? Come on, eat it. A few meters behind Song Kaiyuan, a girl smiled and said, he has to be able to reach the door first. The girl looked at Song Kaiyuan and said via voice transmission, Senior brother, what kind of person is he? Can't you tell? Song Kaiyuan simply said, let's talk about this when we get home. Mushui Sisi couldn't help but be surprised. This senior brother of hers had always been unpredictable. However, his eyesight and knowledge could be said to be unparalleled in the world. She didn't believe that her senior brother couldn't tell anything after watching Han Fei fighting. However, seeing that Song Kaiyuan was serious, Mushui Sisi stopped asking. Anyway, this person was definitely not ordinary. Buzz. Outside the bronze door, everyone was shocked. Han Fei rushed into the bronze door. Han Fei came to a white, illusory place. This seemed to be a mountain peak. Han Fei could even feel the wind. When Han Fei looked up, he saw a blurry figure sitting on the top of the mountain. However, the figure was extremely tall, as if there was a giant sitting in front of him. It was as holy as Buddha and made people tremble and want to kneel down devoutly. With just a glance, Han Fei's eyes stung and golden blood flowed out. I can't look at it directly. Only then did Han Fei notice that he was on a platform thousands of meters away from the mountain, and he was sitting with a futon under his butt. When Han Fei turned his head to look elsewhere, he found that he was not the only one on the mountain. Not far away, there was a shadow covered by white mist. It seemed to be a bug lying on the mountain. It was 1,000 feet long, so Han Fei could barely distinguish it. On the other side, there was a waterfall, and there seemed to be fish being rinsed by the waterfall. In the sky, there seemed to be a giant bird circling. Its wings were like clouds hanging in the sky, and its tail stretched across the sky. Behind Han Fei, there seemed to be a mountain-sized skeleton that was thousands of meters tall. Somewhere in the mountain spring, there was a gurgling stream, and there seemed to be glowing flowers swaying. F***ck, what are these things? Calm your mind. While Han Fei looked around, a voice seemed to come from the distant sky. The voice fell in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei subconsciously raised his head and sat straight. Han Fei was sure that the voice came from the person above him, but he didn't dare to look up. The mountain-like skeleton didn't even dare to look up. The man said, the Great Tao is in the heart, and the Great Tao produces everything. Han Fei realized that this person was giving a lecture. This was probably the scene of the god preaching that the old turtle mentioned. Of course, the person in front of him might not be a god, but he was at least a monarch. Han Fei tried very hard to hear every word that the person above said clearly. But except for the words, calm your mind, Han Fei thought that he remembered every word he said, but he forgot them in an instant. However, the most terrifying thing was that Han Fei forgot about forgetting. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain in a daze. His ears were buzzing, and he was unconscious. However, even Han Fei didn't know that his qi and blood were returning to him. and there was divine light on his forehead. In his body, the energy suppressed by the old turtle surged out like a tide. However, the energy washed over Han Fei's body and dissipated in the wind with a lot of white impurities and some golden light particles. What Han Fei didn't know was that in his Forge the Universe, the huge amount of spiritual stones was cracking crazily. On average, hundreds of spiritual stones were breaking every second. After a long time, Han Fei finally heard something and woke up instantly. The ethereal voice said leisurely, "Okay, that's all for today. You can go now." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. What the F***ck? I just came? However, many voices in the mountains responded at the same time, "Goodbye, senior brother." Han Fei? Han Fei thought to himself, "Can I still look up?" However, before he could raise his head, a voice was rumbling like the voice of the heavenly Tao, shaking his heart. The great Tao has no end and no door. There is a path to the immortal world in the void. Entering the void is both fate and tribulation. When you complete the entrance test, you can call yourself the void disciple. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The entrance test? The void disciple? When Han Fei looked up again, the mountaintop became clear. There was no one there. Han Fei didn't realize that he had already cultivated. Han Fei was still curious. Where am I? Han Fei looked around. Han Fei saw that in the waterfall in the distance, the fish that was swimming just now soared into the sky and turned into a dragon shadow, circling in the sky. Hiss. A dragon. Han Fei saw a dragon again after the azure dragon phantom. Before Han Fei looked elsewhere, he heard a dragon roar from the sky. Junior brother, take what eldest senior brother said in your mind. Han Fei wondered who he was talking to. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the big worm lying next to him. He couldn't see its face at all, but only a vague image. The insect said, "Junior brother, welcome to join the Void Temple." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He looked around for a while and heard the insect say, "Stop looking. I'm talking to you." Hiss. Han Fei gasped. Wait. When did I become your junior brother? Also, what is the Void Temple? Hiss. Han Fei heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw the mountain-like skeleton. Although he still couldn't see it clearly, it should be a skeleton. Without a doubt. He could see the shadow of the skeleton and the extended skull. The skeleton said in a voice that seemed to come from the netherworld, "Once you enter the void gate, you will be a void disciple. Junior brother, you are still weak. You have to work harder." On the mountain next door, a giant humanoid figure stepped on the mountain peak. Only its scarlet eyes were revealed, and its voice was buzzing. The great Tao is like a pot of wine. The heavenly Tao is permanent yet illusory. Little junior brother, the Void Temple can't be seen. Your cultivation level is not enough, so you can't see through the void. Let me give you a pot of Tao. Seeking wine. Hope you can establish the sea and open the sky as soon as possible and return to the Void Temple. Then, Han Fei saw a green light flying over from the neighboring mountain. The green light broke through a fog and seemed to break through layers of void, as if it had broken through endless time and obstacles and finally landed in Han Fei's hand. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that it was a small wooden gourd. However, the information in Han Fei's eyes shocked him. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Green Thunder Wine Gourd. Introduction: It's refined from the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. The blue sea blue sky gourd, with the thunder pool essence fire. The blue gourd can collect all spirits in the world and turn them into wine. It can collect souls, living beings, spiritual energy, and chaotic chi. It can be enlarged and shrunk. It can ride the wind, blast mountains and seas, and resist lightning. The clear spring of heaven and earth can produce peerless wine in the gourd. 10 years of good wine, 100 years of Tao seeking wine, 1,000 years of heavenly Tao wine, and 10,000 years of longevity wine. Quality, high-quality godly weapon. Attached soul, none. Effect, unlimited use. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks, divine weapon, don't make it recognize a master easily. F*ck. Seeing this message, Hanfei was stunned. F*ck, are you bragging to me? This is a high-quality godly weapon, but it was reduced to a wine pot? A high-quality godly weapon. What kind of existence could afford such a terrifying weapon? Hanfei finally knew why the 9-palace luck ruler showed the result of greatly auspicious. This was more than a greatly auspicious result. This was simply a windfall. Hanfei's reaction was fast. 3 temples. This was definitely one of the 3 temples. He had already known the temporal temple and the immortal temple, and this should be the void temple. Hanfei's horizons were originally limited to the 36 mystic worlds. Who knew that he would inexplicably become a disciple of the void temple? Oh. No, it shouldn't be. There seemed to be an entry test. Moreover, this temple was extraordinary. These senior brothers all looked extraordinary. Hanfei hurriedly said, "Senior brother, can I make your gourd recognize me as its master? Will it suck me to death?" On the mountaintop, the huge figure said, "The godly weapon has consciousness. It will recognize you as its master one day if you nourish it properly." Hanfei was greatly relieved. So, I still can't make it recognize me as its master. Then this thing can only be a wine gourd. If he fell or hit it, the gourd would definitely suck him to death. Hanfei saw a spiritual pool on the mountainside where flowers seemed to be swaying and laughing. The voice said, "It's been a long time since anyone came to the void temple. Old man, you actually gave away the Tao-seeking wine? Do you know that too? Much is as bad as not enough?" The giant shadow at the top of the mountain said, "I'm happy to do it. It's none of your business. Forget it. The eldest senior brother has finished his lesson. I have to go. See you another day." In the sky, the dragon shadow also said, "I'm leaving too." The big bird also responded, "Gotta go. Little junior brother, work hard." One by one, they left the void. Hanfei looked back and even the big skeleton was gone. Hanfei immediately felt terrible. The insect next door wanted to say something, but Hanfei quickly stopped him. "Wait. Senior brother, how can I go back?" The worm said, "The void temple is in the void, and the world here is nothing. You can return with a thought." Hanfei hurriedly asked, "Then how can I come in?" The insect continued, "It depends on luck if you can hear senior brothers lecture. Since you can come in now, as long as you don't die, you will have a chance to come in the future. Everyone's luck is different. When the time comes, you will know." Hanfei asked again, "Senior brother, what's the entry test? Isn't there an entry test?" The insect said, "Junior brother, the heavenly secrets are predestined. When the test comes, you will know that it is the test of the void temple. With that, the insect's figure faded into the void too. When Han Fei confirmed that there was nothing here, Han Fei called in his heart, "Old Yuan, Old Yuan?" However, Han Fei found that Old Yuan didn't respond at all. Han Fei wanted to take a look at the demon purification pot, only to find that Old Yuan seemed to be meditating in the demon purification pot. He didn't cultivate, didn't move, and didn't respond to him. Han Fei suddenly realized, aren't I here for the answer? Just now, with so many people here, he didn't even think to ask about the last 1% of the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. Now that everyone was gone, what should he do? However, Han Fei suddenly remembered something. In the next moment, Han Fei perceived his body and was shocked. 100% spiritual energy disassembling? Hiss. Han Fei was stunned. What did I do? Why did I suddenly reach 100%? Han Fei quickly looked at his personal information, only to be confused again. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 89, Half King. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2,720,986. Chaotic Chi, 2,276 Wisps. Spiritual Power, 306,253. Perception Range, 200,000 kilometers. Strength, 32,265 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 79. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 77. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and thought to himself, didn't I just come? Why am I a half king? What did I do? Not only did he become a half king, but Little Black and Little White had also advanced 1 level. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, not good. It must have been a long time since I came in. The bronze door might have opened because of the eldest senior brother's lecture. But now, the eldest senior brother has gone. How long has it been? I have to get out. Han Fei thought to himself, oh no, Xia Xiaochan is still waiting for me. Han Fei didn't expect that a long time might have passed in the outside world. If a long time really passed outside, not only might he be separated from Xia Xiaochan again, he might not even have a way to go to the glazed glass world. Han Fei couldn't care less. He immediately focused, ignored the void, and thought to himself, come back. Buzz. Creak. Han Fei saw a patch of black in front of his eyes. In the next moment, many people appeared in his eyes. Some of them were kneeling, some were standing, but most of them were sitting cross-legged. Huh? Han Fei took a closer look. Huh? Isn't it the Bronze Gate? Xia Xiaochan is still standing there. Wu Hao is still standing first. At this moment, everyone was looking at the bronze door. They saw a black figure standing proudly in the white light, as if he was from the unknown, the void, and a distant place. It made them hold their breaths. Hiss. Someone exclaimed, why is it him? Where is the power of the great Tao? A half-king was shocked. Not good. The pressure is fading and weakening. Han Fei couldn't help but look up at the bronze door above his head. The huge door was slowly closing, and a layer of white mist gradually appeared on the bronze door. Other people saw white mist, but Han Fei stood next to it and watched the bronze door gradually fade away in the void. After dozens of seconds, there was no bronze door here at all. At this moment, the pressure was gone, and everyone's strength returned to its peak. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a headache. He said, "Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't do anything to it?" Heh. Someone sneered. "You're already a half-king. You must have done something to it." Han Fei thought to himself, yes, it's hard to explain how I became a half-king. From a peak-level venerable. If I didn't do anything, how did I become a half-king? However, the truth was that he had done nothing. Han Fei felt that the lecture was over as soon as he went in, and he came out. After the lecture, who would have thought that he would break through to the half-king realm? As soon as Han Fei came out, the bronze door disappeared, which cut off everyone's opportunities. This time, Han Fei angered everyone. However, Han Fei's strength couldn't be underestimated. No matter what, this was a freak who could rush into the bronze door. He would probably not be easy to fight. Song Kaiyuan said to the people around him, "Listen up, no one is allowed to attack him, no one." Some of the 100 demons and undersea humans were eager to try. Bei Xian and the others from the infinity world narrowed their eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. But then, everyone found that behind Han Fei, the mist disappeared, and a cracked void appeared. Han Fei looked back and the void exploded with a bang. Swish! 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 Streams of light flew out. Because they were too fast, some were embedded in the rock walls, some fell into the blood pool, and some were swallowed by the blood muds on the blood pool. Most of them were intercepted by the people in front of the bronze door. Someone held an ancient sword and shouted, "It's the key to the monarch palace." So many of them. Buzz. At this time, as many as 300 people were fighting for the keys. Many people selectively forgot about Han Fei. Fighting for the keys became one of their excuses. A half-king thought, "I'm not going to fight him. This guy is obviously not easy to deal with. Forget it." In the sea, Xinyu shouted, "Don't fight this person. He is so strong that ordinary half-kings are no match for him." Holding the hexagon starfish in one hand, Xia Xiaochan appeared next to Han Fei and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Han Fei shook his head. When he sensed Xia Xiaochan's aura of a half-king, he couldn't help but ask, "I'm fine. Was your breakthrough to a half-king successful?" Xia Xiaochan nodded. "I don't need to transcend the tribulation. I have as many resources as I want. I wanted to use the power of the great Tao to consolidate my cultivation, but you came out before I could." Han Fei hurriedly said, "Don't use it. The power of the great Tao is much more useful than just consolidating your cultivation." Seeing Han Fei's exaggerated description, Xia Xiaochan was shocked. Is the power of the great Tao really so useful? While everyone was fighting, Han Fei's heart stirred, and a projection descended on the ice snow lotus throne. Ka ka ka. Someone charged towards the snow god's temple, and the ice snow lotus throne bloomed. Puff. The holy child, Shuizhan, reappeared in front of everyone. Everyone saw that this guy had turned his fingers into swords, and the ends of the swords were intertwined with spiritual energy. With a puff, a heavenly talent of the 100 Demons clan was stabbed through by Han Fei. Ice Snow Chuling used Snowmorn and attacked. This person's soul was frozen. Han Fei punched the void and blasted the heavenly talent of the 100 Demon race into pieces. Buzz. This battle only lasted for a few seconds before the underground world began to tremble. Cracks appeared on the incomparably hard underground mountain. In the blood pool, blood mud surged, and the water in the blood pool began to rise slightly. Someone was shocked. This place is about to collapse. We can't stay here for long. Someone's face changed drastically. Let's fight outside. Otherwise, we'll all be buried here. Before leaving, many people glanced at Han Fei and thought to themselves, what did this guy do to collapse this place? Han Fei was also puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Besides, I haven't seen the undersea palace yet. Why is it collapsing? Speechless, Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan. Let's go. Let's talk outside. To leave this place, he would have to use the small wooden boat. How many half-king powerhouses could a small wooden boat carry? These were just ordinary wooden boats. If they were really attacked by a half-king, they would be turned into powder in an instant. Therefore, the cultivators bombarded each other on the sea. Someone was attacked by many people at the same time. The hull shattered and he fell into the blood pool. That person still wanted to struggle out with his strength, but it was as if the mountains and rivers were pressing on his body. He could not jump out of the pool. Then, the scene turned ugly. In all directions, countless blood mud surged towards that person. In the blink of an eye, there was a mountain of blood muds above the half-king. The half-king could no longer be rescued. At this moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were also traveling on the boat. Han Fei punched the blood pool and the boat flew fast. If Xia Xiaochan wanted to leave, no one from the merfolk would attack her, but there were also humans, 100 demons, and undersea humans here. As soon as Han Fei entered the Bronze Gate, he offended almost everyone. Whether he got anything good or not, everyone thought he got a treasure. At this moment, Xin Yu, who had been robbed by Han Fei, sneered at Han Fei. I admit that you are strong, but this is not the outside world. Petrify. Xin Yu knew that he was no match for Han Fei, but there was no need to be fair in a fight here. Xin Yu used his special skill and petrified the boat under Han Fei's feet. After this attack, the hull naturally lost its floating characteristics. Han Fei didn't have time to activate the forbidden technique here. Therefore, their boat sank by half. Han Fei sneered. You want to stop me with this despicable means? Kill. Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out with the help of the invincible Dao runes. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators retreated. This punch was so fierce that most half-kings found it difficult to resist. Xin Yu sneered. Humph, so what? A dark void appeared in front of Xin Yu. The power of Han Fei's punch fell into it. After Han Fei's boat turned into a stone boat, it attracted the attention of many people. A merman shouted, Your Highness, let me save you. Some human powerhouse secretly activated his soul skills and attacked Han Fei. One of the soul skills was a soul saber that directly slashed at his soul. Bang! Han Fei's soul power wasn't weak either. The 100-beast soul devouring shattered the saber head-on, and he couldn't help but look at Beitang Xian of the Infinity World. Beitang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Did he discover my secret move? What? Sharp observation skills. In addition to Beitang Xian, Han Fei also felt a soul attack from the merfolk. Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and shattered the soul attack with a heavenly god stab. Up. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan jumped up at the same time. The next moment, a small wooden boat appeared under their feet. Huh? Xin Yu and the others were all confused. F*ck, where did you get another small wooden boat? How many boats do you have? Han Fei grinned. All laws forbidden in this space. At this moment, all the dazzling combat techniques on the blood pool dimmed. Han Fei punched the blood pool with spiritual energy. Once the forbidden spell was used, many people couldn't use their great techniques. How many people could be Han Fei's match with just their physical strength? Someone exclaimed, I can't use my techniques anymore. Someone was shocked. Oh, there is also something wrong with my techniques. Someone hurriedly said, there's a problem with this space. Han Fei grinned. The small boat under Han Fei's feet was as fast as an arrow. Because he had used the great saber-drawing technique, Han Fei slashed with all his strength. And the knife light cut through the sky above the entire blood pool. Wherever the saber passed, the waves parted. Shen Yu had no choice but to use the void technique again. When he used the technique again, Han Fei discovered that it was actually a king's technique. No wonder it could resist the power of the forbidden technique. This was not Shen Yu's own ability. But just when Shen Yu thought that Han Fei couldn't kill him, he felt that the restraining power of the void suddenly disappeared, and Han Fei's knife flashed and passed his void barrier. Pfft! Han Fei had just comprehended the power of the great Tao. Even if Shen Yu was extremely talented, how could he resist it? Shen Yu was cut in half by Han Fei. Swish! Han Fei flashed across the void with the boat. Everyone was shocked. This person is so fast. Shen Yu was killed, but his consciousness was still there. Seeing Han Fei suddenly appear, he immediately detonated himself. Rumble! Rumble! The self-destruction of a half-king directly caused the entire blood pool to tremble. For a moment, all the half-kings used their abilities to protect themselves, turning the battle here into a stalemate. Han Fei frowned. What a pity. This person used the power of self-destruction to send out a part of his power. I can't kill him in this blood pool. Shen Yu ran away, which made Han Fei very uncomfortable. As long as this wasn't above the blood pool, Shen Yu would have died long ago. How could he have the chance to do these tricks? Shen Yu fled with a wisp of his soul. At this moment, although Han Fei really wanted to turn around and attack Beitangxian, the entire bottom of the sea was covered in blood. Blood muds filled the sky, and the water of the blood pool was splashed everywhere. In the chaotic battle, Han Fei was attacked by dozens of soul attacks one after another. When Han Fei was dealing with Shen Yu, Xia Xiaochan was dealing with these soul attacks. Xia Xiaochan said, some merfolk want to kill me too. I found it. It seems to be that woman. Han Fei looked in a direction through the blood curtains. Xia Xiaochan said, Jiao Xiaoxiao, I know this person. I've never been on good terms with her. I didn't expect that this person would dare to attack me. Forget it. The space here is too narrow. We have to leave here first. In fact, as long as Han Fei sent a projection, he could still fight. Even if he didn't send a projection, he had many great techniques he could use. However, when he was the holy child, Shuizhan, he had exposed a portion of his strength. There were too many people here, and God knew who would find out about Shuizhan's identity. Han Fei didn't want to expose the various combat skills and weapons like the infinity water, so he didn't plan to fight in the blood pool. Han Fei felt that any place would do except the blood pool. Bang! 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 Han Fei didn't use the infinity water, but the invincible will enveloped the entire boat. Han Fei slapped the blood pool with his palm, and the wooden boat flew out as fast as an arrow. Because of Han Fei's strong strength, those people didn't even have a chance to stop him. Xiao Shaochan said, "Don't go too far. Block the exit of the blood pool and grab whoever comes." Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. "You're even more anxious than me," Xiao Shaochan said with an awful look. "A dozen or so people attacked us just now. Why should we let them pass if we don't make them pay a price?" Han Fei grinned. "That's a good idea." Above the blood pool, wooden boats leaped and a group of half-kings rushed towards the entrance. However, what puzzled many people was that there was a grayish-white mist at the entrance. The mist was so light that no one paid it any attention. They just thought that it was caused by the turbulence here. However, when most people walked to the entrance of the blood pool, they saw two people, one black and one white, blocking their way. A woman from the Supreme Clearness world stared at them coldly. "Are you going to stop more than 300 of us alone?" However, Xiao Shaochan said, "By Muling, Situ Yuhong, listen to me." In the crowd, Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong raised their heads. "Your Highness, what are your orders?" The remaining 50 merman experts quickly gathered together. In the next moment, Xiao Shaochan said, "Jiao Xiaoxiao attacked me just now. Take her down." Many people in the merman tribe were stunned. The identity of Jiao Xiaoxiao was not ordinary. Moreover, she was extremely strong, on the same level as Bai Muling and the others. Jiao Xiaoxiao frowned. She was very careful just now. When was she exposed? Besides, how dare Xiao Shaochan take her down openly? What did she want to do? When Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong heard this, they instantly attacked. 2 heavenly talents were attacking her at the same time, and more than 50 half-kings of the merman race were waiting at the exit. How could Jiao Xiaoxiao dare to fight back? She shouted, "Mingzhu, how dare you kill me? My master will not let you go." Xiao Shaochan snorted. "Even your master has to call me princess. Who do you think you are? If I tell you to die here today, you will die here." Hearing this, Jiao Xiaoxiao's face changed greatly. In her eyes, Xiao Shaochan was just a little brainless. But today, she seemed to be a different person. Very decisive and resolute. She retreated and shouted, "It's fine if you want to kill these people, but you also want to kill me? Princess Mingzhu, you won't get your way today." Jiao Xiaoxiao turned around and said coldly, "Those from the 36 mystic worlds, why aren't you charging? Do you want to die?" In fact, there was no need for Jiao Xiaoxiao to urge them. Beitang Xian of the Infinity World had already prepared his words. He said, "It's the internal strife of your merman clan. Why are you blocking our way? Are you going to start a war?" Xiao Shaochan looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei chuckled. "A war? We've been in a war the moment you attacked me. Have you forgotten what you just did?" Beitang Xian's expression changed drastically. Did he find out? However, even if Han Fei discovered it, so what? He admitted that Han Fei was strong, but no matter how strong he wasn't a king yet. Besides, Han Fei was blocking so many people, and the blood pool behind him was surging. The situation might not be necessarily favorable for Han Fei. At this moment, you've obviously angered everyone by blocking the door. Beitang Xian shouted, "Everyone, the blood pool is overturned and a disaster is coming. This person is blocking the way. He's clearly a merman bully who wants to destroy our 36 mystic worlds. Even the 100 demons and the Undersea humans are just mixed blood scums in the eyes of the merfolk. We have more than 250 people. Are we afraid of them? Let's work together. Han Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to block these people. In fact, even if a true sea establisher was here, such as the White Armor Emperor, he would only be able to kill a few dozen people in less than 10 seconds. A half-king was not a weakling, not to mention that those who could come to the land of King Death were all outstanding figures of the major forces. Even the poor Zhao Jin from the Blue Cloud world had extraordinary strength. Now, Han Fei was blocking the door, so more than 200 people were charging at him. In their opinion, blocking the door was equivalent to killing them. There were only about 50 merfolk. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong looked at Han Fei and thought to themselves, "Brother, which side are you on? We can't fight so many people at the same time." Someone shouted, "Your Highness, it's dangerous." At this moment, more than 200 half-kings surged over. How dangerous was this attack? Han Fei didn't know if a king could resist it, but he couldn't. Han Fei saw that almost everyone was here. Those who should attack had all attacked, and only a few were watching. When these people were only hundreds of meters away from Han Fei said, "Lightly, explode." Bang! 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 Boom boom boom. The faint mist around these people suddenly exploded. Immediately, a large amount of gray fog broke through these people's defense. Under the impact of the infinity water. Ew! Ew! Oh no, poison gas. Damn it, what's that smell? This is a strange poison. It can actually pass through the skin and enter the body. Ugh! It stinks. What kind of poison is this? At this moment, the 100 demons, the undersea humans, and the 36 heavenly palaces all began to retch. Blood was flowing out of their 7 orifices, and they looked extremely terrifying. Bai Jingjiao and Dong Fangming were retching and talking via voice transmission. Bai Jingjiao said, "Ugh. Senior brother, it's so poisonous. This poison can directly enter the soul. It's definitely an ultra-quality poison." Ugh. Dong Fangming said, "Junior brother. Ugh. This thing is not poisonous, but it does have a great effect on the soul. Ugh. If it is combined with soul poison, it will definitely be extremely poisonous." Ugh. Bai Jingjiao said, "Collect the poison." Ugh. When the others were retching and their strength plummeted, Han Fei saw that 2 of them were collecting the stench into their sun-moon shells. On a closer look, wasn't one of them Bai Jingjiao? Han Fei was lost for words. The people from the Million Poison world are really interesting. Can't you smell the stink? Han Fei thought, since they still wanted to collect this stench even under such circumstances, it seems that this thing should be an extremely rare poison-making item for them. I wonder if this stench can be sold as poison? If it can, I'm afraid I'll be rich. Buzz. Spiritual energy protective covers spread out one after another. However, wasn't it easy to break a mere spiritual energy protective cover? Han Fei flicked his finger and activated the 10,000 knives in one. Because the place was very narrow, the Blade Inferno was formed immediately. The moment he used this move, some people in the distance were stunned. Among them was Song Kaiyuan from the Supreme Mystic World. Behind Song Kaiyuan, his junior sister Mushui Sisi couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Senior brother, what kind of technique is this? Why do I feel that? It seems to be. Let's talk about it when we get back." Mushui Sisi asked, "Can we go back?" Come on, have you forgotten what their slogan is? Ding ding ding. Bang. 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 Hanfei's blade Inferno could easily cut through the spiritual energy. Protective covers of the group of weakened half-kings. As for the fact that some spirit gatherers could block smells, Hanfei didn't care. Hanfei said with a freaky smile, evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanence takes lives. In the Death Valley of the land of King Death, the black and white impermanence appeared. Money will pave the way and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot and no credit is allowed. Now pay up. The group of more than 50 merfolk looked at each other when they saw these half-kings trapped in the array. Who exactly was their princess with? The two of them had poisoned more than 200 people? Who would believe it? Bai Muling glanced at Situ Yuhong. Did they just need us to be the cheering squad? Situ Yuhong sighed with emotion and said, the princess is still the princess of our Merman royal family. None of us are poisoned. Of course we should cheer for her. Situ Yuhong roared, pay up. Bai Muling shouted, the blood pool is about to collapse. Do you still want to go out? In the crowd, Bei Tangxian shouted, the asterisk stards. Ugh. How can you resist more than 200 people with only 50 of you? Ugh. Everyone, don't panic. Let's work together to break this blade domain. Charge. What Hanfei was most afraid of were such tough ones. Even if his strength had improved greatly, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of more than 200 half-kings. This was not just one or two cabbages, but more than 200 half-kings. After a round of attacks, he could only kill a few at most. As for the others, they could still run away. However, Hanfei didn't panic. It seemed that he had to increase the dosage. Hanfei waved his hand, and a large amount of gray liquid bloomed like a river. The more than 200 people who were about to rush over retreated the moment they saw the gray river. What the F***ck? That was just a gas just now, but now this guy actually created a river? Who could withstand this? Immediately, someone shouted, fellow Daoist, do you really want us to die here? Hanfei shouted, I told you to pay. Don't you understand? Pay. Hanfei was extremely arrogant. At this moment, none of them could handle this poison. Hanfei shouted, I can't stop all of you, but you can give it a try. If you're not afraid of the stench, just rush over. Everyone can leave after dropping a key to the monarch palace. But if you are from Supreme Clearness, Infinity or Golden Crow, you'll have to leave your sun moon shells behind. At this moment, the blood pool was surging. On one hand, these people had to resist the stench, and on the other hand, they had to avoid the blood muds and the collapsing void above the blood pool. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, what did it have to do with Han? Hanfei sneered. Let's be clear. I'm targeting the three of you. Do you think you can sneak attack me? Arrogant. The 5 disciples of the Supreme Clearness world drew their swords. However, Hanfei didn't even look at them and said, this blood pool is about to capsize. Many people's expressions changed. At this time, Hanfei needed someone to echo him, and Song Kaiyuan stepped forward. Fellow Daoist, in the Soul Burial Valley, we've taken out all our assets. I'm afraid we're really short on money this time. The 4 palaces of Supreme Mystic, Sword God, Glazed Glass, and Immeasurability will each offer a key to the Monarch Palace, okay? By the way, can you move this treasure away? I'm afraid I'll be poked to death by it. Song Kaiyuan pointed at the infinity water and smiled at Han Fei. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person recognized the infinity water? Yes, he smiled so calmly as if he had seen through everything. Han Fei immediately rolled his eyes and grinned. Look. This is called negotiation. This is called friendly negotiation. Supreme Mystic. Immeasurability, Sword God, Glazed Glass, please leave quickly. This time, under Song Kaiyuan's lead, the 4 heavenly palaces headed straight for the exit. Seeing Song Kaiyuan throw out 4 keys, Han Fei moved the gray water ball away and opened a path for them to leave. In the next moment, Ice Snow Chuling and Holy Child, Shuizhan, came forward. Shuizhan flipped his hand and took out 4 monarch palace keys. 4 people. From the Snow God's temple. Han Fei opened the door. Okay. Please leave. Xia Hai of the Golden Crow world was furious. He shouted, ridiculous. You just entered a door. Do you really think you're invincible? Everyone, there are so many of us. How can we be intimidated by these 2 people? Kill. This time even Bei Tang Xian didn't say anything. He thought to himself, you idiot, he has already made it clear that he is targeting the 3 of us. Will others make an enemy out of him for the 3 heavenly palaces? Immediately, someone said, fellow Taoist, we too are from the Blue Cloud world. Someone raised keys to the Monarch Palace. Fellow Taoist, 4 from the Sanskrit music world. Song Hongyu called out, fellow Taoist, 5 from the Dragon Subduing world. At this time, someone from the 100 Demon clan said, fellow Taoist, we have 62 people. Does it mean 62 keys to the Monarch Palace? Bai Muling immediately said via voice transmission, the 100 demons are not on good terms with us. They are an inferior race. Kill them. Han Fei remained calm. Do you really think I'm a merman? Han Fei said solemnly, as I said, today, I'm only targeting Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and Golden Crow. The others can go. But after leaving this place, we'll still be enemies. Then, we'll decide who lives and who dies. When the half-kings of the 100 demon race heard this, they immediately stepped forward. The keys of the Monarch Palace were thrown out one by one. Han Fei's path was right there. He didn't care which force you were from. Whoever paid could go. When Bai Muling saw this, he thought to himself, even if you don't kill them, you should collect more money from them. 1 key to the Monarch Palace for each of them. What is this for? For friendship? However, Bai Muling had no idea what Han Fei was capable of. A Monarch Palace key was quite precious in the outside world. However, this was the land of King Death. In a life and death situation, who would hide it? Of course, this was mainly because Han Fei didn't want much. Otherwise, if he wanted to rob these people of all their belongings, they would probably try their best to fight him, then Han Fei wouldn't be able to resist them even if he had the stench. But now, these people were afraid of the stench and comforted themselves that it was worth it to exchange a Monarch Palace key for the opportunity to go out. After the 100 demons left, the underwater humans also left. The other heavenly palaces of the 36 heavenly palaces also left. They were all half-kings. Although it was not easy to find the key to the Monarch Palace in the land of King Death, it was not impossible to find one. Actually, everyone more or less had a few or even more keys in their pockets. Handing over one was no big deal. Bei Tingxian and the others could only watch helplessly as the others left. And now there were 5 people from the Supreme Clearness world, 4 from the Infinity world, and 3 from the Golden Crow world, as well as Jiao Xiaoxiao, who Xiao Xiaochan wanted to kill. In total, there were 13 half-kings. However, the 13 half-kings didn't give them any confidence. There were more than 50 on the opposite side. To the merfolk, they were mortal enemies with humans. What Han Fei targeted was Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and Golden Crow. They occupied 3 places of the top 4 heavenly palaces. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong couldn't help but suspect that Han Fei must have a deep hatred for these powerful heavenly palaces. He seemed to want to kill them all. Xiao Xiaochan asked telepathically, "Are you sure you want to kill them all?" Xiao Xiaochan thought that since Han Fei was a human being, he would definitely see things from a human's point of view. She had even always regarded herself as a human being. She had always felt that she was incompatible with the merfolk. On the other side, a woman from the Supreme Clearness world said, "I don't know who you are, but you should be a human being. Why are you willing to help the merman race kill us?" Heh. Han Fei sneered. "If Bei Tingxian didn't attack me just now, if the sword Qi of your Supreme Clearness Palace didn't sneak attack me, I don't mind letting you go." Han Fei's meaning was clear. The problem was, you attacked. Bei Tingxian didn't refute. "As far as I know, it wasn't just the 3 of us attacking you." Han Fei grinned and said, "Because you 3 are the strongest. Do you think I care about the other heavenly palaces? So, since you're already adults, you have to pay the price for what you've done. I often rob people. If I'm killed, I can only blame my bad luck. If you have the ability, come and kill me." However, Xiao Xiaochan said, "All merfolk, listen to me. Kill them all." Xiao Xiaochan was even more ruthless than Han Fei. When Han Fei was about to speak, Xiao Xiaochan looked at Han Fei and said, "Dylan's died because they talked too much." Han Fei. Well. As soon as Xiao Xiaochan gave the order, Situ Yuhong said, "Well, can you remove this stinky water?" Han Fei opened the sun moon shell and took back the smelly water. At that moment, Bei Tingxian and the others attacked. More than 50 against 13. If they could still escape, Bai Muling and the others could go back and enter seclusion. Tisk, tisk. For the first time, Han Fei felt how comfortable it was to have so many thugs under him. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be a boss one day. At this moment, the murderous aura soared into the sky, and the blood pool was turbulent and full of cracks. However, before it collapsed, the blood pools water began to surge everywhere, and the blood muds crawled messily. After more than 30 seconds, the bottom finally collapsed. The merfolk and Bei Tingxian and the others had fought all the way out of the entrance. However, this time, it was 50 against 8. In just 30 seconds, 5 people died. Among them, 2 were from the Supreme Clearness world, 2 were from the Golden Crow world, and 1 was from the Infinity world. Bang! Bei Tingxian had killed 2 people with 1 slash. Although the 2 of them could still be reborn with a drop of blood, their heavenly talent level combat power was revealed at this moment. Suddenly, Bei Tingxian shouted, "You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Who can resist my king-level strike?" A jade pendant shattered on Bei Tingxian's neck. In an instant, a terrifying might shook the surroundings. Han Fei, who was watching the show, suddenly changed his expression. This Dai's king-level strike was different from others. It was so powerful. Han Fei stepped forward with the invincible golden body, and his strength soared to the sea establishment realm. There was an array mark on his fist. Most importantly, after his disassembling degree of spiritual energy reached 100%, Han Fei could almost perfectly release the power of spiritual energy, which meant that his power of the Great Tao was 30% stronger. At this time, Han Fei suddenly saw a 100-meter-tall phantom of a man looking at him. That person said, "Humph! What a merman race! What a traitor of the human race! How dare you bully my infinity world?" Bai Muling immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! It's old weirdo infinity! Yun Tianhe!" Han Fei wondered what Yun Tianhe was. However, Han Fei had unleashed all his strength. It seemed that Yun Tianhe was indeed very powerful, so Han Fei used the chaotic qi. Roar! Waves surged into the sky, and there was probably a huge power of 100,000 waves that shook the sky. Xia Xiaochan was shocked and threw out a jade slip too. Unfortunately, she was slower than Han Fei. Bang! At the bottom of the undersea palace, the maze buildings were instantly turned into powder by Han Fei's fist force. When Yun Tianhe flipped his hand, the world collapsed. Han Fei felt that billions of waves were crushing him. Boom! Han Fei retreated 100 kilometers and smashed the rocks on the seabed. His body was badly mutilated and hundreds of bones were broken. This time, he was really hurt. The power of Yun Tianhe's attack finally dissipated after defeating Han Fei and colliding with the power of Chen Huangdian. However, immediately after, a king-level attack erupted from the Supreme Clearness World. Xia Xiaochan came to Han Fei quickly and asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Damn, why is this guy so strong? I haven't been so seriously injured in a long time. Let me recover." Xia Xiaochan was relieved to see that Han Fei could still talk so much. Turning around, Xia Xiaochan was furious. "Keep fighting. Kill them all. Buzz." Fortunately, Han Fei had the indestructible golden body, and every bone in his body was covered by his soul. Therefore, even if every bone in Han Fei's body was broken, he wouldn't die. Even if Han Fei was only left with a bone, he could still be reborn. This was the effect of the indestructible overlord body. Others could be reborn with blood, but Han Fei could be reborn with any part of his body. With the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, Han Fei's body was recovering rapidly. Ka ka ka. After only 30 seconds, Han Fei's flesh and bones were restored, and he became full of strength again. Xia Xiaochan asked in surprise, "Are you still fighting?" "Yes. I'd like to see how many more times he can use that kind of power. I don't believe that a king has infinite power." At this moment, the entrance of the blood pool had already collapsed. A large group of half-kings of the merman race had almost flattened the seabed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Except for perception, they could not see anything. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan came back, perhaps because of the loud noise, they saw a huge hand in the air. It took 5 people away and patted 2 merman half-kings to death. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was so angry that he stomped his feet. "So what if you're a king? This land of King Death hasn't been closed yet. Where can you go?" Then, Han Fei raised his rod and used the heaven gate, knocking at the huge hand. A pillar of light pierced through the bottom of the sea and pierced a hole in the hand. However, Bei Xian and the others were still taken away. However, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, and the others swallowed their saliva when they saw this. They thought to themselves, what a king godlike figure. He can fight with the power of a king, just like that? And he even penetrated the king's hand? Most of the half-kings of the merman race were dumbfounded. Who the hell is he? He doesn't seem to be from the merman race, does he? Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong rushed over and took out 8 sunmoon shells as if they were presenting a treasure. Situ Yuhong said, Your Highness, we've indeed tried our best. Those people are probably the top disciples of the 36 mystic worlds. They have a lot of means. Even though we took turns to bombard them, they still survived. But even if they ran away, they must have been seriously injured. Bai Muling quickly echoed, Yes, they must be seriously injured. I personally imprinted a blue dragon watermark at the heart of the guy from the Golden Crow world and destroyed one of his souls. Xiao Xiaochan looked into the distance. Where's Jiao Xiaoxiao? Bring her up. Bai Muling looked back and immediately, someone brought a half-crippled mermaid over. Situ Yuhong said, Your Highness, after all, Jiao Xiaoxiao is the disciple of Long Yujun, the #1 king in the sea establishment realm. If you kill her, I'm afraid you will be picked on by him in the royal family in the future. Bai Muling also said, Yes. Your Highness, although King Dian is powerful, he's not the only one in charge of the royal family. There's no need for us to anger Long Yujun for Jiao Xiaoxiao. Humph. You cowards. This woman has tried to kill me more than once. How can I let her live? Han Fei listened on the side. It seemed that Xiao Xiaochan would still be ostracized in the merman royal family. At the very least, Jiao Xiaoxiao must have used her status to cause trouble for Xiao Xiaochan many times. As for that Long Yujun, looking at how fearful these people were of him, he was probably not easy to deal with. However, this person dared to murder Xiao Xiaochan? She must die. At this moment, Jiao Xiaoxiao, who was dragged up, sneered coldly. Xiao Xiaochan, your position as a princess has been controversial. If you kill me now and annoy my master, you'll anger half of the mermaid royal family. Do you dare to kill me? However, when Xiao Xiaochan was about to speak, Han Fei reached out and 2 scimitars appeared in his hands. What else could they be but the blades of hope? Pfft. Han Fei slashed at Jiao Xiaoxiao's soul and grabbed her neck. Who gave you the courage to speak like this in front of me? Jiao Xiaoxiao didn't know Han Fei. She was fearless because of her identity and the attitude of the merfolk towards Xiao Xiaochan. She wanted to force Xiao Xiaochan not to attack. However, she had never met someone as reckless as Han Fei. He attacked as soon as he said so. The killing intent was already on her face. Jiao Xiaoxiao was shocked. Do you know who I am? Xiao Xiaochan, how can you tolerate this person? Han Fei was about to insert the void lines into the woman. However, a mark lit up in this person's soul. In an instant, a huge shadow appeared. It was like a giant sea beast. As soon as this person appeared, all the merman powerhouses here looked terrified. Xiao Xiaochan's face also turned much paler. Seeing this, Han Fei burst out again. However, a domineering attack comparable to the one of Yun Tianhe just now appeared. However, Han Fei wasn't attacking the figure but Jiao Xiaoxiao. No matter what, Jiao Xiaoxiao had to die today. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make you feel pain. B** starred, how dare you? Bang! Bang! Crack! Around Han Fei, the six-gate array lit up, but in an instant, it was shattered. Han Fei blocked with a huge shield, and countless fish skin maps spun around him. Xiao Shaochan tried to resist it with all her strength, but how could she resist such a power? Han Fei pushed Xiao Shaochan away with the infinity water. The arrays around him were all shattered by the slap, and he was sent flying hundreds of kilometers again, spurting blood. However, the moment Han Fei flew out, a blue light flashed, and Han Fei reappeared safe and sound, punching at the phantom again. The clone was already angry when Han Fei punched Jiao Xiaoxiao into pieces. But Han Fei launched such a terrifying attack again? This made the clone realize that something was wrong. The man's voice was cold. What a great Tao of time! Kid, how dare you kill my disciple? Your path is over. Bang! Han Fei looked up at the black shadow and pointed at it. If you have the ability, say it in front of me. Who do you think you are? So what if you're a sea establisher? Sooner or later, I'll tear your old bones apart and stew you in a pot. Then you'll know what strength means. By Muling. Situ Yu Hong. All the merfolk half-kings. At this moment, Bai Muling, Situ Yu Hong, and the others were all stunned. F***ck, what did I see today? They thought that Han Fei was already strong enough to enter the Bronze Gate and resist almost all these people alone. This was not something a normal half-king could do. However, the person who Han Fei challenged now was Long Yujun, who was known to be the strongest in the sea establishment realm in the Merman royal family. That was an existence that had reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. It was said that he was about to break through to the king realm. Was it really okay for a half-king to challenge the strongest king of our merfolk? Xiao Shaochan was also a little stunned. She knew that Han Fei was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. That was Long Yujun. She had seen this person a few times. She was scared just to look at him. Now, she couldn't help but be a little worried about Han Fei. However, as Han Fei said, this Long Yujun was just a clone and could only attack twice. However, it was useless for Han Fei, who had mastered the time technique. As soon as Long Yujun's shadow disappeared, Master Hexagon shouted, "Help! Han! Black Impermanence, help! I'm dying!" Everyone pricked up their ears. Han? Han what? Han Fei waved his hand, and a holy light technique fell on the hexagon. Starfish. This time, the big starfish was indeed covered in wounds. He was still an intermediate peak-level venerable after all. How could he block the blow of the strongest king of the Merman race? If Han Fei hadn't blocked it with many arrays and then pushed the hexagon starfish to block it, he might have been slapped to death. However, the brainless Master Hexagon almost exposed his name. Just now, he used the great Tao of time, which had revealed his identity. With these people's power, they would probably be able to find out his true identity after they went out. However, Han Fei wasn't quite worried. Originally, with his grasp of the great Tao of time, he shouldn't be noticed by others. The Time Dragon Carp had also said that it didn't matter if he used it normally. Now that they had finished their exploration of this place, it was time to go out. Han Fei looked at Xiao Shaochan and said, "Let's go out and continue the hunting, to see if we can still find someone from Supreme Clearness and Infinity." Although Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong wanted to keep Xia Xiaochan here, they didn't dare to do so with Han Fei around. They couldn't possibly go against this fellow, right? Otherwise, they would be killed. Xia Xiaochan grinned happily. Let's go. Huff. After the two of them left, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, and the remaining half kings of the merman race slowly heaved a sigh of relief. This killing god is finally gone, they thought. Someone asked, Master Bai, Master Situ, who is he? Bai Muling snorted. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The two of them thought, which one should I ask? Not long after Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan came out, Master Hexagon was greatly relieved. We're finally out. Han Fei, can you treat me again? I'm about to make a breakthrough. It was only natural for Master Hexagon to break through. This breakthrough was mainly because he was slapped by a king. He was almost killed. How could he not panic? However, Han Fei said, you can make a breakthrough, but you can't use the power in your door at all. That power is much more useful than you think. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes rolled. What's the effect? Han Fei knew that the hexagon starfish was up to no good. He immediately said, I'll tell you the details after you make a breakthrough. The hexagon starfish. Xia Xiaochan was also curious, but she only knew that this thing was related to the disassembling of spiritual energy. She would make good use of it later. The hexagon starfish could make a breakthrough as long as he wanted. He had too many resources in his doors. Not to mention one breakthrough, even 10 breakthroughs wouldn't be a problem. Han Fei was going to find Bai Tangxian and the others after the hexagon starfish made a breakthrough. However, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and scanned with his perception. Immediately, he saw that someone was sneaking over in an invisible state. Huh? Han Fei frowned slightly. Someone is coming. Xia Xiaochan said in surprise, someone is still coming? Is he stupid? The power Han Fei displayed couldn't be underestimated. After ordinary people saw it, they didn't dare to offend him at all. After all, no one wanted to die. Now, someone was actually rushing here? Didn't these people leave as soon as they left the undersea palace? Even if they didn't leave after coming out and wanted to fight each other for the keys to the monarch palace, they shouldn't be near the undersea palace. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan didn't intercept them, because there were only 2 of them. In Han Fei's opinion, they posed no threat at all. A moment later, the 2 of them broke through the void and rushed towards Han Fei. Buzz. When the void opened, Han Fei saw figures appear in the slightly distorted void barriers. Han Fei asked, why are you here? However, with 2 cracking sounds, the distorted space on these 2 people shattered. In the next moment, Han Fei saw a familiar face. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Oh. It's Brother Bai. This must be your senior brother, Dongfang Ming, right? Han Fei had just robbed these 2 people. However, just now, Bai Jingjiu left behind 2 keys to the monarch palace, and then the 2 of them left. Therefore, Han Fei only took a glance at Dongfang Ming. At this moment, the 2 of them came again. Han Fei actually knew what their purpose was. Just now, when everyone was vomiting, these 2 retched while collecting the stench. They were definitely here for the stench. As expected, Dongfang Ming slightly cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, we are from the million poison world. Since you are a human and are not a Bloodthirsty person, we'd like to ask you for something. Han Fei said leisurely, you have to pay a price for asking me for something. Dongfang Ming said, understood. The keys to the monarch palace, right? We can exchange it with all our resources. Han Fei and Xia Shaochuan looked at each other and thought to themselves, are these two crazy? They want to trade everything they have? In fact, it was easy for Han Fei to rob the two of them at this time, but they might have very powerful poisons on them. If Patriarch Million Poison gave them a special poison, he might not be able to block it unless he used the time technique. Han Fei said, oh. It seems that the 10,000-mile fragrance in my hand is very valuable to you. 10,000-mile fragrance? Bai Jingjiu and Dongfang Ming looked at each other and immediately thought of something. Dongfang Ming said, fellow Taoist, well, it's not fragrant, but smelly. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You have no sense of humor at all. Bai Jing said, fellow Taoist, since you already know our purpose, can we buy that smelly liquid? Han Fei nodded and smiled. Sure. But the premise is that you have to take out enough resources. You've seen the power of my 10,000-mile fragrance. Even half-kings can't withstand its power. And this is a pure raw material. If it's refined into a pill, how powerful will it be? I can't imagine it. Blah. Blah, blah. So, what are you going to exchange for it? Han Fei's last question was straightforward. You want to take something from me for free? Impossible. Dongfang Ming said, we found a broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Can we use it as a bargaining chip? Han Fei raised his eyebrows and thought, really? I don't mind. However, Xia Shaochuan immediately said, who wants a broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure? It's just a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. I have 2 sets. Myself. What else have you got except the broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Bai Jingjiu and Dongfang Ming were stunned. Yes, this girl is the princess of the Merman royal family. She certainly had sea-quelling bizarre treasures. While the two of them were struggling with the fact that they only had one trump card, Han Fei said, hey, girl, although it's broken, it's still a sea-quelling bizarre treasure after all. What if it can still be used after some repairs? Even if it can't be used, it should be worth a few ultra-quality divine weapons. Dongfang Ming hurriedly said, yes, yes. It's definitely worth a few ultra-quality divine weapons. Han Fei grinned and said, casually, well, let's get straight to the point. A monarch palace key can be exchanged for 1 caddy of 10,000-mile fragrance. Are you willing to trade? A caddy? Bai Jingjiu and Dongfang Ming looked at each other. Bai Jingjiu said, fellow Taoist, isn't this too little? The key to the monarch palace is only for 1 caddy? Han Fei said casually, you're here to do business with me. I can't drive you away, but don't forget that we are not businessmen. Han Fei's casual tone made Bai Jingjiu and Dongfang Ming's hearts skip a beat. This person blocked the way of more than 200 people alone and was terrifyingly strong. If he really wanted to rob them, it would be very difficult for the two of them to resist. Dongfang Ming frowned. But then we can only get dozens of caddies. It's not enough. Han Fei thought to himself, these two people want the smelly liquid, which is most likely used to refine poison. I don't know how to refine poison, so I can only use whatever I have. However, these two people are masters of poison. The Smelly liquid must be very useful to them. Han Fei smiled. Well, I've always had a good impression of the 13 worlds in the outer domain, especially the million poison world. I know you're very good at refining poison. How about this? Well, you can trade the poisons on you with me. Each poison can be exchanged for a caddy of smelly liquid. However, you have to give me at least half of the keys to the monarch palace. You've got. Really? Han Fei saw Bai Jingjiu and Dong Fangming immediately perked up. Speaking of resources, perhaps they really didn't have many. However, when it came to poisons, they had a lot. Which heavenly talent of the poison Dao didn't have thousands of poisons? Immediately, Bai Jingjiu said, fellow Daoist, I have 1,103 types of poison on me. This is 1,103 caddies. F***ck. Even Han Fei, who was as calm as an old Buddha, couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment. Why did you bring so much poison with you? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? As for Dong Fangming, he was also beaming with joy. Fellow Daoist, Junior brother and I take different cultivation paths. The poisons we have are also different. I have 1,607 kinds of poison, so I can have 1,607 caddies, right? Xiao Xiaochan looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Is he crazy? When did Han Fei become addicted to poisons? But now, it was inconvenient for her to ask, so Xiao Xiaochan could only watch. Han Fei said with a smile, good. The poisons of the 10,000 poison sky are praised all over the raging sea. I can use them to poison my enemies. However, you have to tell me what different poisons are used for. In this way, I can know how to use them. This time, Bai Jingjiu and Dong Fangming both smiled confidently. Of course. Poison is meant to be used. Fellow Daoist, please observe. With a thought, thousands of medicine bottles, boxes, jars, and bags appeared in midair. Then Bai Jingjiu handed Han Fei a jade slip, saying, fellow Daoist, take a look. Han Fei took it and glanced at it, only to see a lot of messy poison records. For example, the 100-soul wither, a great poison of the body, could corrode the body and contaminate the soul. In the end, it would cause the soul to disappear, and the victim would even be impossible to reincarnate. For example, blood thorns, a blood-dissolving poison. After being infected, all the blood in the body would gradually stop flowing, producing blood thorns that could crush the meridians in the body. There were thousands of different kinds of poisons. Seeing this, Han Fei felt refreshed. This time, he had made a fortune. In the future, he would definitely go to the million poison world. With the 10,000-mile fragrance alone, he could buy an astronomical figure number of poisons. Han Fei said casually, okay, a total of 2,710 caddies. Han Fei raised his hand, and a large amount of gray liquid floated in the air. Xiao Xiaochan saw it and hurriedly jumped away. Only Bai Jingjiu and Dong Fangming gazed at it as if they had seen their lover. Han Fei said leisurely, well, where are the keys to the monarch palace? Obviously, Bai Jingjiu and Dong Fangming didn't care much about the keys. They were more interested in refining poison. In the end, they gave a total of 9 keys to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't look for trouble, such as asking to see their sun-moon shells. Or what? In Han Fei's opinion, the people of the million poison world could be his friends. At least, they were of great value to him. When his resistance to poison reached an extremely high level, he could study How to increase the resistance of his soul to poison to the highest. No matter what, with the vast ocean navigator, he had plenty of ways to find. The 10,000 poison lotus seed and the 9 poison treasure silkworm, the patriarch million poison mentioned. At that time, once he obtained such treasures, the million poison world would be his resource warehouse, and he could easily get poison from them. Han Fei said, "Okay, you probably don't have any resources left. Let's part ways here. If there's a chance in the future, we might have a chance to cooperate." Bai Jingjiu's eyes immediately lit up. He shook his sunmoon shell and took out a token engraved with a spider mark. "Fellow Taoist, if you come to the million poison world in the future, as long as you come to the great desolate swamp in the Spider King city, you can find us with this token." Han Fei thought to himself, are these two so innocent? I'm just being polite to you, but you're giving me a token? Even if you dare to give the token to me, I dare not to go there. From the name, Spider King City, Great Desolate Swamp. It was obviously not a good place. Han Fei accepted the spider token politely and thought to himself, regardless of whether it's useful or not, it doesn't take up much space, but if I go to the million poison world in the future, I'll probably buy poison from others. After Bai Jingjiu and Dong Fangming left, Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but tilt her head. She looked at Han Fei strangely and asked, "Who did you buy so much poison for?" Han Fei curled his lips. "Can't I eat them myself?" Xia Xiaochan was lost for words. "How can you eat thousands of poisons? Do you think you're a poison man?" Han Fei didn't tell Xia Xiaochan about the heaven spirit detoxifying insect, mainly because he had forgotten about it. Han Fei smiled. "Well, let me tell you what happened." A moment later, when Han Fei explained it to Xia Xiaochan, she exclaimed, "Is the poison awful to taste?" Han Fei shrugged. "I don't think it tastes bad, but it definitely looks bad." Xia Xiaochan. Crack. At this moment, the surging spiritual energy on the hexagon starfish finally stopped. It seemed that he had successfully broken through. From then on, an advanced venerable starfish was born. Han Fei believed that as long as this guy was willing, he could quickly increase his strength to the peak of an advanced venerable. He had to supervise him more in the future, or the starfish would be wasted. At this moment, the last danger zone had been explored. Xia Xiaochan asked, "What happened to you behind the bronze door? Why did you make a breakthrough?" Han Fei thought to himself, I really can't explain the Void Temple clearly. Was he going to tell Xia Xiaochan that he had somehow become the youngest disciple of the Void Temple after going in? Then, he was inexplicably given a wine gourd by an unknown senior brother? In fact, he didn't even know how he broke through. And how did his spiritual energy disassembling degree reach 100%? He still didn't know. Anyway, I just needed to open my eyes, and everything had been done. God knows what happened. Han Fei thought for a moment and explained, after I went in, I felt that someone was chanting scriptures beside my ear. When I woke up, my strength had already broken through. Then, darkness appeared in front of me. Then, I came out of the door. Han Fei thought that it was better to talk about the 100% disassembling degree of spiritual energy later. He hadn't figured it out yet, so he could explain it to Xia Xiaochan later. Xia Xiaochan's eyes widened. That's it? Han Fei scratched his head. I also had a dream that there was a skeleton bigger than a mountain and a strange fish swimming in the waterfall. Oh. Right, I also picked up a wine bottle. Then, Han Fei took out the green wine gourd. Han Fei thought to himself, I'll probably use this gourd in the future. After all, it's a high-quality godly weapon. Xia Xiaochan took the green wine gourd curiously and tried to open the cork to smell it, but her face turned green the next moment. Even though she used all her strength, the wine stopper did not move at all. Xia Xiaochan was shocked. This is a treasure. I know why there's alcohol in front of the bronze door. It's probably from this gourd. Since you picked it up, try pulling it out. Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't pulled it out yet. But I can try. However, when Han Fei tried to pull out the cork himself, his face changed. F*CK, give me some face, okay? Senior brother has already given you to me, okay? Han Fei discovered that in his current state, he couldn't even move the cork of the bottle. However, Han Fei thought that he should be able to pull it open when he used his great Dao. At that time, it would be equivalent to the power of a king. Otherwise, if he couldn't even pull out the cork, would his senior brother give him this? Han Fei said, let's try again when we have enough time after we get out. Now that basically all the secret realms have been explored, I think most people should want to leave the land of King Death. Let's hurry up and see if we can catch those people from supreme clearness and infinity. Xia Xiaochan looked up at the sky and thought to herself, I won't expose you, for fear that your pride as a man won't be able to take it. However, Xia Xiaochan was also amazed. The real treasure was the gourd, but since Han Fei got it, it was equivalent to her getting it. Immediately, Xia Xiaochan was overjoyed and felt that the air was fragrant. Han Fei was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Xia Xiaochan asked, am I not allowed to laugh? Han Fei shook his head and waited for the hexagon starfish to stabilize his cultivation. After waiting for half an hour, the hexagon starfish slowly opened his 6 big eyes and said, Starfish made a breakthrough? Sure enough, Starfish is a genius. I made a breakthrough so easily. However, Han Fei said, stop bragging. You're just an advanced venerable. Let's go. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and asked it to point at the location of Beitang Xian. However, the vast ocean navigator did not move. Then, Han Fei asked it to point to Xia Hai. This guy was not a good guy. It wouldn't be too much to kill him. However, the vast ocean navigator still did not move. Hiss. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Han Fei frowned. There are still 3 days left. Have all these people gone out? Han Fei immediately said, not good. Girl, you and the big starfish enter the sea quelling painting first. We won't look for anything in case the people from the glazed glass world leave. I have to arrange the follow-up trip. Quickly. Han Fei let them enter the sea quelling painting, which meant that Han Fei was ready to go out. However, Han Fei couldn't go out with others. He also had the identity of Shui Zhan, which was a great camouflage. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan immediately said, then don't look for trouble. Let's get down to business. Let's go to the glazed glass world first. Han Fei immediately nodded, and then the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared. In the end, Han Fei said, Master Hexagon, remember, don't use the power of the Great Dao. The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. Got it. When Xia Xiaochan and the big starfish entered the sea quelling painting, the vast ocean navigator began to rotate, aiming at ice snow chuling. At least, these people from the snow god's temple would not leave. Han Fei had already told Ice Snow Chilling about this. Besides, he still had a clone there. If his main body didn't go, how could his clone leave? In fact, Ice Snow Chilling and the others didn't go very far, only about 2,000,000 kilometers away. With Han Fei's speed, he found them in half an hour. At this moment, Ice Snow Chilling was standing on the deck of the big ship, apparently waiting for Han Fei. Swish. As soon as she realized that someone was here, she saw Han Fei standing beside her. Han Fei took Shuizhan's mask and covered his face. Then, his body quickly changed shape. In less than half a second, Han Fei turned back into Shuizhan. Ice Snow Chilling heaved a sigh of relief. "You're back?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Where did the others go?" "Most of them are heading for the exit. There's only one exit in the land of King Death. Every time there's a trial in the land of King Death, except for when people die during the exploration, the rest of the time is when people fight each other. And one of the main places of fighting is the exit." Han Fei said, "Then let's go there. Anyway, there's nothing to explore in the land of King Death. Let's go to the exit first. It won't be worth it if the peak-level venerables of the Snow God's Temple are hunted." Han Fei had another idea. He had to make his presence known quickly. By then, the black and white ghosts wouldn't be able to go out. Ice Snow Chilling immediately nodded. "Okay." Han Fei said again, "I'm going to the cabin to take a rest. I'll be out in 4 hours at most." Han Fei reminded her not to travel too fast. Ice Snow Chilling had a guess in her heart. Han Fei must have kidnapped and hidden the princess of the Merman royal family in the sea-quelling painting. At this moment, he was probably in seclusion because of this. As soon as he entered the cabin, Han Fei set up a seal. Next door was where the other 2 half-kings were resting. It was better not to let them interfere. Swish. Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. 4 hours was about 5 days in Forge the Universe. Han Fei still had too many questions, so he needed a short time to think. However, before that, he needed to deduce a technique, which was the divine deceit technique. This divine deceit technique was the great technique with which Han Fei disguised as Shuizhan. It was a venerable level divine quality technique. Because of this technique, even a king couldn't see through him. However, he had to deduce this technique now. When they came in, no one knew that a person like Han Fei would appear and kill the heavenly talents of the Supreme Clearness World and the Infinity World. No one expected that someone could rob the venerables of almost all the forces alone. However, it was different outside. The power he had displayed in the land of King Death was too strong. It was so strong that he could not even be killed by a king-level strike. It was so strong that he could even resist a powerful blow of the Master of the Infinity World. This matter could not be hidden. Therefore, if the kings didn't see him come out, they would definitely be suspicious. At that time, could the divine deceit technique be seen through? He really didn't know. The moment Han Fei appeared and forged the universe, with a crack, Gue Sanqing's body suddenly moved. Huff. The old turtle suddenly asked, "Han Fei, where are we?" Han Fei. Han Fei looked at the old turtle speechlessly. "Old Yuan, are you okay?" "We've been out of the bronze door for a long time." "Huh?" The old turtle was shocked. "Have we been in?" Han Fei said casually, "Forget it. I was going to ask you what happened, but you were even more confused than me." Then, Han Fei told the old turtle what he had just told Xia Xiaochan. However, of course, it was not a problem to expose a few more keywords. Han Fei said, apart from these, I vaguely remember hearing about the void temple. Hiss. What temple? The old turtle jumped up in shock and looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei was also dumbfounded. You weren't so surprised when I mentioned the temporal temple and the immortal temple. Why were you so excited when I mentioned the void temple? The old turtle asked, Are you sure it's the void temple? Han Fei rolled his eyes. I'm not sure. I just remember these words. The old turtle murmured, It must be the void temple. This name was a terrifying existence in the age of gods. To be precise, it was an ancient existence that might have existed since ancient times. Han Fei said in confusion, Well, wait a minute. Tell me everything you know. The old turtle said, I don't know much either. I only know that the void temple is one of the 3 temples. However, it's obviously different from the other 2 temples. As you know, the immortal temple covers almost the entire sea. Where there are undead creatures, there may be shadows of the immortal temple, or at least the faith of the immortal temple. As the name suggests, the temporal temple is related to time, and time is related to the river of time. It's said that the mighty figures in the temporal temple are all people who can cross time. I was lucky enough to see them a few times. I don't want to be enemies with these people, and it's best not to fight them even if you can beat them. As for the void temple, Han Fei raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with the void temple? Is it related to space? Heh. The old turtle sneered. It has nothing to do with space. The void temple is said to be the most mysterious existence among the 3 temples. No one knows where they are, which people are from the void temple, what their identities are, or where they come from. In short, everyone in the void temple is extremely mysterious. Once, in the age of gods, a powerhouse of the void temple was exposed. Do you know how strong he is? Listening to the old turtle bragging, Han Fei was like a kid listening to stories. How strong is he? The old turtle said, It's not an exaggeration to say that he has suppressed this place for 10,000 years alone. He's invincible under the gods. Hiss. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. This was a bit exaggerated. That was not the age of doom, but the age of gods. In the age of gods, he had suppressed all the heroes for 10,000 years? How strong could he be? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what happened next? How was he exposed? The old turtle, how did he get exposed? Huh. It seems that the man provoked a god and killed a son of a god, or a pair of his sons. Then the god was angry and chased the man for a long time. However, the man ran away very fast. Later, it was said that the god found a group of gods to help him and blocked that guy. In the end, a super master of the void temple came and killed the god who chased that guy on the spot. Han Fei said in shock, F***ck, it's so sensational? Even a god was killed by them? The old turtle said, I guess there should be strong and weak gods. Besides, all the gods died in the battle of gods, but no one knows what exactly happened. However, this proves that gods can die. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. So, he accidentally joined the super force? The old turtle said leisurely, It said that the void temple believes in nothingness. It said that the people of the void temple don't even know each Other. It's quite strange. The old turtle didn't understand, but Han Fei felt that he did. He entered the void temple through the bronze door. After entering, he could see nothing but shadows. He could only tell some obvious creatures, such as an insect, a fish, a dragon, a bird, a skeleton, and so on. And what about that eldest senior brother? When he looked up, his head was about to explode and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. He was considered a member of the Void Temple, but he had never seen anyone of it. Wasn't this mysterious? Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The insect said that he would have a way to enter the Void Temple in the future. God knew how he could do it. He had nothing but this gourd now. Coincidentally, the old turtle also looked straight at Han Fei and asked, "Is this the gourd you mentioned?" The old turtle pointed at the green wine gourd next to Han Fei and his eyes widened curiously. Han Fei chuckled. "What do you think?" But Han Fei immediately said, "Now is not the time to open it. I still have a lot of things to do. If I drink too much and sleep for a few years, everything will be over." Han Fei thought to himself, it's possible to happen. A random wine gourd given to him is a high-quality godly weapon. What level would the wine inside be? Han Fei sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and ignored the old turtle. Deduce. He had to finish his business first. As for what else he wanted to study, he would study it after he was done. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's mind. Heaven-deceiving technique, see establishment realm, high quality. Introduction, on the basis of the divine deceit technique, imitate someone's soul and aura in appearance, voice, smell, luck, suppressing pressure, and great Tao. The heaven-deceiving technique can confuse the other party's mind. Even if you lie, the other party can't tell. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 500 wisps of chaotic chi. Note, it has reached the limit of the demon purification pot's current deduction. If it is deduced again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. After reading the information about this technique, Han Fei thought to himself, this time, there should be no problem. After all, it was a establishment realm technique, and it also added luck, suppressing pressure, and great Tao. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had to set a great Tao for Shuizhan. This great Tao could not be too weak. Previously, at the heavenly imperial ancient tree, he had displayed powerful strength. Then, the great Tao of strength. Anyway, he couldn't expose the art of invincibility. Otherwise, he would definitely be suspected. After spending 2 days studying the heaven-deceiving technique and making sure that he could master it, Han Fei finally began to consider spiritual energy disassembling. Han Fei raised his hand and spiritual energy appeared on his fingertips. Without even thinking. Hiss. Seeing this, the old turtle was stunned. Wait, you created spiritual energy? Han Fei was also a little stunned. Huh? Didn't I make it before? The old turtle said, no. Before, yours was deduced from the Tao runes and had a series of processes. But now, what is this? You created spiritual energy. With a mere raise of your hand? Han Fei rubbed his chin. What you said makes sense. Why can I create spiritual energy with a raise of my hand? But what's the benefit of creating spiritual energy for my battles? Han Fei seemed to have made a judgment. With the heaven enlightenment great Tao as Tao runes, he raised his hand and a holy light appeared. In this holy light, there were more than 1,000 points of spiritual energy. At this point, Han Fei discovered a problem. Just now, when he used the heaven enlightenment divine technique, he found a problem with the Great Tao. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, are the Great Tao everywhere?" The old turtle nodded. "Yes." Han Fei asked, "The Great Tao isn't a specific power, right?" The old turtle asked, "No? I think it is. Otherwise, why would the power of the Great Tao appear?" Han Fei closed his eyes and murmured in his heart, "If we are all deceived, the power of the Great Tao doesn't exist in this world at all. What exists is only my belief in this Great Tao. Then, can the power of the Great Tao be born from my belief? The stronger the belief, the stronger the Great Tao. If so, then..." Han Fei finally knew why there was a Tao heart. The stronger the Tao heart, the stronger the Great Tao, because the Great Tao was in the heart and the heart produced the Great Tao. Han Fei's heart was pounding. Therefore, everyone sat quietly in front of the bronze door, saying that they were absorbing the power of the Great Tao. In fact, everyone was listening to the eldest senior brother's lecture. The content of the lecture revealed a trace through the bronze door and touched everyone's Great Tao, making everyone's hearts produce the so-called power of the Great Tao. Yes, yes, that's it, yes.